What is up, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, Apple, Spotify, and everyone tuned in on the Texas Sports Unfiltered app? Welcome in to another edition of Bucky and BK live on Texas Sports Unfiltered and on the free TSU app. Today is Monday, June 30th, 2025, and the Buck and I are with you for the next 2 hours. On today's show, some sound from Arch Manning, who spoke to the media at the Manning Passing Academy over the weekend. What did QB1 have to say about Texas football here in 2025? We'll talk a little Longhorn recruiting as well. A pretty rough recruiting weekend for Texas, but we'll tell you why there are plenty of reasons for optimism going forward. We've got some big storylines from the NBA. Nico Harrison has made Mavs fans mad again. The Rockets sign another player to a long-term extension. We've got gambling allegations as well. The latest with the Big 12 doing away with the preseason media poll. And could we have hockey coming to Austin? Interesting. Plenty of sports to get into, plenty of fun to get into on a Monday show. Hope everyone had a fantastic weekend and a happy belated birthday to the Buck, who celebrated his 70th birthday yesterday. How are you? How was the weekend, my man?
It was a fabulous weekend. Thank you very much, and thank you to all. Thank you for the birthday wishes. It was good. I got to see my grandkids yesterday. My wife took me to dinner last night. I went to church yesterday morning. It was a full day. It really, really was. And my wife gave me the nicest card that I've ever received. So that means now I can dump all the other cards out of the drawer. They're all gone now. This is the one. I don't need any other. The ones that you get for your birthday or when you first met, I'm dumping them all today. They're all going in the trash.
This was so. Had you kept all of them before this?
Yes, all the cards. Where the birthday, anniversary, I've kept all her cards. They can all go bye-bye now.
Why were you keeping all of the other ones?
I have no clue. Because she may have asked, hey, back in 2023, what was the anniversary card? Where is it? So I just kept it. I had it in a drawer with some rubber bands, but now these are other ones. They can go to the burn pile or whatever you do. They're gone. They're done.
Wow.
So it was good. I had a good time. I got I guess this is called an Apple Watch. As my daughter said, it's the modern day life alert for you. She said, we wanted to get you a life alert. We knew you wouldn't put that around your neck. So we got you an Apple Watch that does a bunch of the same things that a life alert does. So if you go down and you hit the ground and you're not answering the thing within like 40 seconds or something, it starts to send out messages to different people. So they gave me that. And plus it can tell me the distance on the golf course and some other stuff and workouts and all the other stuff that I won't use. You know,
right. You don't know how to use any of that stuff.
No. I'll give it to the guys, and when I get to the golf course, they can figure it out, and then I'll learn that deal. But I'm not worried about workouts on that thing.
That's
or
the whole
steps or whatever. I'm not wearing that thing. I'm not wearing that to sleep. My wife wears hers, and she sleeps with it, and a little light hits you in the face at night. I don't need to wear that. I want to go to sleep.
What about to the gym? You're trying to become the big man. That'll help you track your workouts. Put on those few LBs.
I can track my own workouts. I don't need technology. My body is technology. Yes.
I don't know about that. I mean, I guess you do have like a metal knee and a metal hip and a bunch of other fake stuff.
I don't have a metal hip. I have not had a hip replacement. That's probably the only thing I haven't done yet is had that. I've never had problems with the hips.
So but, how did you react to that gift? You know, like an Apple Watch, that's a great gift, but because what was it, your daughter who gave it to you?
The grandkids, daughter, all got together.
So because she told you or because they told you that it was basically a life alert, how did you react when you opened it up yesterday?
I looked at it and said, man, it's a little old skinny watch. It's a little old life alert. I said, but you're right. I wouldn't put the life alert around my neck because I only saw that commercial 5,000 times on Saturday and Sunday. I'm like, what is this? What are they trying to tell me here?
All senior citizens should have life alert.
It says like anybody over 50 needs to have one of those. Get out of here.
That's absurd. 50 isn't old enough for one of those things, is it?
No. And then I made it. I just told them, my sisters, people are sending me stuff about being older, but I said I'm not considering myself old until I hit 85.
Oh, you've upped it. Last week it was 80. Now you're saying 85 is the old.
I think 85 is good.
Okay, that's a great run. You make it another 15 years, you'll take that, right?
Yes, I will. My parents were in their 80s, late 80s. That's fine.
Okay.
I don't need to be the 101 guy.
What did I need to see you on a Smucker's advertisement at some point?
No.
What do you mean?
I need to be on a Life Alert advertisement, me on the ground. That's what I need.
Well, can I see your Apple Watch again? You do know it's not doing you any good, not on your wrist, right?
Well, I mean, why is it doing me any good on my wrist? I don't need to tell time. I see it. It's right in front of me. I'm doing a show. What do I need to watch? I mean, it's juicing up and I can see it. 7:06. It does the seconds. I mean, it's ridiculous.
I guess if you fall right now, we would all see it, so we'd be able to get you some
you'd
help.
all hear it. I'd just disappear off the screen.
But yeah, when you're not on camera and people aren't around you, then that's when you have to have it on. It's not going to do you any good on the charger.
I mean, I fall every once in a while, but it's not like I fall in the car or if I'm going to, is this for like, if I go to the store or the movie theater, somebody's going to see me. What do I need this thing for? Somebody's going to be around. Is this for like going hiking or something? Just in case a bear tries to abduct me or something? Is that what I need it for?
You're in your yard. You're doing some yard work. Nobody's home.
I got that. Okay, I got that part. I'm good with that.
Also, you could take calls on that thing. You could send texts. You can read emails.
I did take a call on it. It vibrated and
I
said hello. And, you can't hold a whole conversation. It's hard to hear, but.
Yeah. That's one of those, like if you have AirPods or headphones, that's like if you're wearing headphones while you work out and somebody calls you, you can answer it from your watch and you can hear them talking in your headphones.
See, I don't need all of that technology. I don't need to hear from people. I'm working out. Don't call me. Send me a text message on my phone. This is going to be cool when I figure out, the distance at the golf. I mean, I don't even need it. I know at club how far I can hit it. So I kind of know distances. I never really ask how far I am on the course. But, those guys have their little things that they hone in on. And some of them have their watches and stuff. This would be kind of cool, I guess.
I've never seen that used or used that myself as a rangefinder. I didn't know it could do that.
Well, you can do that. You can you sync it up to the courses that you're playing. You can use it for a rangefinder.
Got it. Okay, I was curious how that worked. Yeah, you just type in whatever course you're playing at, and it knows just based on how many steps you've taken, how far the hole is from.
It's already too much. It's already too much now. It's. I mean, I play with a watch on, so, but I don't need to know I really don't need to know, but if it's there and if I can use it, that's fine.
Yeah. Your boys carry rangefinders with you, right? And you use those. You ask them for the distance?
Every once in a while, because half the courses these days, you don't get the right distance.
Oh, right.
That's one little detail they're starting not to do a lot of.
Oh, they're not telling you how far the holes are anymore?
Yeah, some courses are marked okay, but some courses aren't marked very well.
That's why you use the rangefinder. It helps with that because it doesn't take into account what it says on the scorecard. It actually shoots how far you are. The technology.
The key is we'll be moving on up.
There it is. Are you playing this week?
Playing tomorrow.
Wow, so that'll be the first day on the ladies' tees?
I don't go to the ladies' tees. I go to whatever's in between the ladies' tees and the white tees. I don't know. I don't see. Sometimes there's no boxes. I'm just going in between, teeing it up and go.
Just wherever you find space on the ground is where you're putting your tee down?
I'm not getting on that ladies' box.
This is going to be that's disappointing. It's going to be a big money week then for you. Big money year for you coming up.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Nice. I'm going to win a little money for myself after I've won all this money for you people.
All right. Now you got to take some more money from your buddies in the year 70.
And of course, as my wife was doing stuff, she was looking at my iPhone like 7 or 8 or whatever I have. She's like, you need to update that thing too. I'm like, why? Isn't it going to work until the day I die if I don't break it? She goes, of course. I'm like, okay, then I'm good. What else do I need?
What do you have it plugged into? What were you holding with your iPhone there?
This is the charger. It's huge.
Jeez.
I dropped my other one that she got me. I dropped it and I busted it. And so she ordered another one. So that's another one of the little gifts I got. Now I got a new charger. I have 2 chargers that size.
It might be time for a new phone if you need to have your phone plugged into that all day.
Well, I really don't need to have it. I mean, it charges quicker than my other one. These up-to-date chargers take, for mine it's like the original one I got. It's almost like you had to do it in a couple hours. Now they're like a half hour. This iPhone, this watch does it in a half hour.
Yeah, that's the newer phones and the newer tech charge faster. So they also last.
Technology sucks.
Yeah, it does. That charger's like 3 times the size of your phone. I've never seen one that big. That's insane.
Oh, it's huge. I have 2 of those things like that. That's what I get worried about when I bring that in carry-on and somebody say, guy's got a bomb on the plane.
It does look like a bomb, honestly. That thing is massive.
Yeah, but it does the trick. I'm not changing phones. I don't change phones until I break the phone.
Yeah, that's good. I'm pretty similar to you. Like my phone's been giving out on me lately. The battery's been dying. It's been slowing down a lot. And I looked into buying a new phone, and then I saw that you could just get the battery replaced for like $100. So that was when I went to the White People Mall last week, and I was like, you know what? I don't want to pay for a new phone. This one still works. Let me just get a new battery, and we'll call it a day.
Well, I'm waiting till we get back. I'm waiting till we get back to this one.
What is that? Oh, the BlackBerry.
They're brand new. Hey, it's still in the bag.
Why do you have that?
When it makes its return, dude.
In the box and everything.
Yeah, when the big one comes.
That's not your old one? That's a new one?
That's a brand new one. Never been out of the plastic. That's so when the big one comes, I'll be able to go back to the old technology. Yours won't work at some of the towers. That one right there will work at any tower. It'll also work up to your car battery.
Oh, yeah. I was about to say, if you need a jump, just plug that thing in. You'll be good. That's vintage.
I was so good with that. I could close my eyes and type in everything with that thing. Why did it go away? What was wrong with it? Just the technology?
Yeah, they've just added more. Now you could do more on phones. There's touch screens and nice cameras and internet and all of those things.
Yeah,
games besides Brick Breaker, and that was the big one on there, right? Brick Breaker was the big BlackBerry.
Yes.
Yeah, that's vintage, man. Keep that around for your grandkids. They'll sell that for $20 one day.
Yeah, I'm just keeping it just in case it makes a move back.
I like that. I'll always be prepared. That's smart. I'm not sure what you're preparing for, but you are prepared, which is good, I guess.
No doubt about it. Good morning to the soldiers at Fort Hood, Texas, the soldiers in the state of Texas, and all those that fight for us each and every day. Thank you so very much for what you do for all of us. We do appreciate it, to you and your families. And please be safe out there.
It's amazing. You're moving on up with the Apple Watch, and then you're going all the way back with the BlackBerry. You're both ends of the technology spectrum here in 2025 into your.
Who needs all of that though? That's a lot.
It's a lot. Yeah, it is a lot. Like I was having dinner with a guy last night who just bought an Apple Watch, and he's like, my goal is to have this replace my phone. Like, I know I need a phone, but like, I don't want to take my phone with me. I want to have it at home, but like everything I can do on my phone, I want to be able to do on my watch. So I'm not just staring at my phone when I'm out in public all the time. I'm like, it's interesting. Like, because some of the Apple Watches, I don't know if yours has this, but some of them have like the LTE internet on them. So you could search stuff, you could take calls, you can send emails. Like, obviously you don't have a big screen. It's not as fun or easy to use as a phone, but he's like, his whole goal is to just not carry a phone with him anymore.
Yeah. So, I mean, with this watch, this is just so my wife can track me where I am. That's all.
Oh, you could turn that off. I'll show you how to turn that.
Oh yeah. Well, her deal is there shouldn't be a reason whether I'm on the golf course or not if she calls, because she got locked out of the house the other day. She got locked out of the house and it became my fault, which I'm like, why is this my fault? She goes, because you shut the little garage. I'm out here weed eating. You shut the garage down. I said, I don't want to leave. When I leave, I don't want to leave anything open. There's a code for you to get into the garage. Don't you know it? Oh, it wasn't working. I said, well, that's not my fault. It's not working. You have a code. Why is it my fault? So I'm getting calls. I'm out doing stuff. I have to flip around, come back, and she's upset that she goes, "This is the second time you locked me out." I'm like, "Just leave the sliding glass door." She has this weird thing about the sliding glass door to the bedroom of leaving that. She locks it like every time. I'm like, I can come through that way. It's real simple. I just come on the back porch. I come through there. Like, why are you locking that? I said, "Will you forget to lock? You're afraid somebody's going to come in." And I said, "You got 50,000 guns in this mother. Who the hell's coming in after you?"
Well, that's
I try to tell her, you're only going to get about 3 or 4. Whoever's coming for you, you're only going to get about 3 or 4 of them, and then they're going to get you. That's how that
right.
works.
Right.
Well, I said, this is not, it's not the Alamo in here.
We eventually lost that, so that wouldn't go well.
You'll run out of bullets eventually.
How you got to teach her how to use the garage code? That's the whole point of having one of those things.
Well, no.
Let yourself in.
She knows what it is. I know what it is, but every once in a while it won't work, and she gets frustrated. She goes to the neighbors so the neighbor can call me up, to yell at me that I need to come back. So as soon as I got like 4 calls from her, it was like, turn around. Something that either dogs are out or something has happened. So just turn around and come back, And I did. I just turned around and came back and said, "What's the deal?" She goes, "You locked me out." I'm like, "How do I lock you out? You have the code. How is it my fault?"
Yeah, it doesn't sound like she knows how to use the code, is what I'm hearing from this story.
Oh, no, it sometimes sticks. I get it. But I know I'd bang on it till it works.
Yeah, you should be able to type it in like 3 times, and if it doesn't work by the 3rd time, then you're doing something wrong, I think.
Yeah, and we have this new house, this modern house that you can't leave a window open. We don't have windows on the first. I mean, everything, the windows don't have locks. I mean, it's just automatically locked. It's like, what happens if I'm up on this second story here? Guess what I have to do? I have to
use your watch to call the cops.
I break through the window because the window won't slide open. I can't just jump. I have to go through it. I have to go through the glass.
You just throw your computer through there. So, hey, throw that old BlackBerry through there. Boom.
That's right. That BlackBerry will do the trick.
That's why you're keeping it. I like it.
Yeah,
Smart.
I like it. I'm excited. That was a very exciting day yesterday. It was good to see my grandkids.
Good. Yeah, that's a full birthday right there. Church in the morning.
Hey, no ice cream.
No ice cream yesterday. No ice cream cake.
No cheesecake.
All right, you had some cake. That's good. You'll take that. That's. I'm glad you at least got a little something yesterday.
No song. No birthday song.
Did you want a birthday song?
I don't know. No, not really.
Okay.
I got those little messages with the balloons that open up.
Of course.
That's kind of strange. That's kind of strange. Then it said Big 70, and it kept bulging out of my phone at me. One of those messages. It's Big 70. I'm like, okay.
I get the point. I
got the point. Yes.
Well, happy belated. Glad it was a great weekend and full day yesterday, and good stuff. Good stuff. Hope everyone else
even made it to church. Had a nice sermon.
Did they rat you out? The singers who you saw at
Andy's ice cream? Immediately the dude did.
Wow.
Lamont or whatever the hell that dude's name is.
Oh, a brother got you?
No, it's a white dude.
A white dude named Lamont?
I don't know if his name is really Lamont, but
I'm going to guess something like that. Pardon the stereotype, but I'm going to bet it's not Lamont.
Okay, probably not. So he walks right over to us and he goes, "Hey, it was good to see you at the ice cream place." And I looked at my wife and she looked at me and she goes, "That didn't take long, did it?" I said, "I told you it wouldn't."
What'd you say back to him?
"Thanks, Lamont."
Shut up, bitch.
Are you kidding me? 1 second in.
Dude, it was as soon as I walked through the threshold.
Dude, that's unacceptable. Like you need to find a new church then. If your fellow congregates are going to do you like that, I
only got 12 members. What the hell?
You need 12 different guys. It sounds like you shouldn't be trusting a white guy named Lamont, anyways.
He squealed. My wife said, "It's good you squealed on yourself, isn't it?" I'm like, "Yes."
Yeah, good move.
Because you would have been looking at that guy going, "Where did he see you?"
That would have been a rougher birthday if it started like that.
No, and the lady never said anything. She never even came over to me. She never.
Shout out to the ladies. Shout out to the ladies then.
Yes.
For getting that done. Buck, it's pretty rare that we'll open up with any sort of hockey-related story.
Sweet.
But I think this is worth talking about because it's a rare hockey story that involves Austin, Texas, USA, America.
Nice.
Frank Cervalli, who's been an NHL insider for years, he tweeted on Saturday, quote, "Sources, Austin, Texas throws its hat into the NHL expansion ring as franchise fee hits $2 billion, end quote." He accompanied that tweet with an article that starts with the following, quote, "4 markets were already jockeying in the quest for the next NHL expansion franchise, but a 5th has recently entered the chat. The conversation on NHL expansion beyond 32 clubs is expected to grow in the coming months with the new collective bargaining agreement announced on Friday. The NHL will continue to field expressions of interest from potential markets. The 5th one is Austin, Texas, according to sources, and that's an entry that has generated buzz. Not only is an exploding, affluent market full of transplants with a built-in geographic rival in Dallas, but it's also the only one where the NHL can be the first major pro sports league in town, which has been a huge part of their success, beating others to the punch in Vegas," end quote. So the 4 other cities that have been talked about for a hockey team, Houston is one of them. Indianapolis, Atlanta, and New Orleans are all cities that have kind of been talked about by the NHL behind the scenes for the last few months to years. But apparently, somebody in Austin has reached out to the NHL and says, "We are interested in funding a hockey team here in the 512. Your thoughts on that?
It'd be great.
Could you
It really
imagine?
would be. I mean, Houston's in there. Now, Houston was one of those hockey teams that, I mean, Houston had a like semi team. Did they not have semi-pro team? They were one of the first. They were the first in this state, I believe.
Yeah, back in the
Before the
day.
Stars became the Stars, right?
Yeah, the Houston Arrows were around a long
Yeah.
time ago. They were in the NHL for a little bit, and then they, got dropped down to the minor leagues for a little bit, and then they went away completely maybe a decade and a half ago now.
Yeah.
I mean, Gordie Howe played on the Houston Arrows back in the day. Like that's a team that, was the first NHL team and just the first hockey team in the state of Texas. And a lot of Houston fans were pissed when they went away, and Houston has been chomping at the bit to try to get a team back. So
yeah, I got to believe that they would be the first. They'd get the first shot.
You wonder, right? I mean, Houston's obviously a bigger city than Austin. I think Houston is the biggest metropolitan area in the country without an NHL team. So if they're just going on, population and size, then Houston would be first in line here.
Yeah, I would think they'd be first.
But, it's interesting that Frank brings up Vegas in this story, right? Like, Vegas now has an NFL team. They are getting a Major League Baseball team. When the A's move in a couple of years, there are talks about them getting a basketball team, but hockey got there first, and hockey is huge in Vegas now.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, they have adopted that team. It helps because they literally went to the final in their first year, and they've already won a championship in their first decade of existence. So it obviously helps that the team got there and was immediately good. But because, Vegas wasn't a pro sports town, Vegas doesn't have the biggest population in terms of people who actually live there. And boom, they get there. They have all that immediate success. You wonder if the NHL is like, maybe if we're the first team, the first major American professional sports team that gets to Austin, then we could have a similar type of success down there too.
Boy, that hurts the farm. That would hurt the farm. That would hurt the Stars.
Yeah, I wonder what would happen to the Texas Stars, right? Like, because obviously they exist in Cedar Park, and they're the minor league feeder team for the Dallas Stars. So I would imagine they would have to move locations there. I don't know. I don't know if Dallas would want this or not want this. Right?
I would think that they wouldn't want it.
It's, they get a geographic rival, which is like the closest team to Dallas right now is St. Louis. So, when they got to play road games, they got to get on a plane everywhere they go, and it's not the easiest bits of travel. So this would help with that, give them a built-in rival. But yeah, the Dallas Stars have a lot of fans here in Central Texas because of the Texas Stars and because of the fact that they're the only team in the state. I don't know if they'd want to lose those. But the league, I don't think the league cares as much about that. The league's trying to make money. And if they
wouldn't
think
care that, they're not going to worry about the Stars.
Yeah, I mean, Austin is, one of the fastest growing metro areas in the U.S. Think about it. The NHL just moved a hockey team to Salt Lake City. Austin has 4 times the population of Salt Lake City. So it's like they just moved a team from Arizona there. That wasn't an expansion team, but they just gave a much smaller city a team. Like Austin could easily be big enough, even though it's not the size of Houston, could easily be big enough to warrant a franchise. So,
yeah, I just think Houston would get it first. I'd love to see it, but I don't think it's going to happen.
yeah, I don't know. I think the argument for Austin is there. Again, Houston, you've got the Texans, you've got the Astros, you've got the Rockets, and you've got the Dynamo there. There's so much competition already. And like Houston's a good sports town, but man, if things aren't going well for Houston teams, I've seen it firsthand. The fans just stop going and they stop caring. Like when the Astros were really bad last decade, nobody went to those games. When the Texans were the worst team in the NFL, nobody went to those games at all. Like Rockets games, when they were bad for 3 or 4 years, nobody went. So it's one of those things like if Houston got an NHL team and they were bad right away, like would people check out early on? Obviously, there'd be a honeymoon phase, like year 1, year 2. People are going to go. It's the new thing in town. But like, could it last? Like Austin FC is doing great. Austin FC has had one good year, but guess what? They're 4 or 5 years in. They're still selling out every single match.
Yeah, you can't even get in there.
Right. So I don't know how much the NHL would look at MLS success and say, oh, that impacts us. But I wonder if Austin would just do better and care more than Houston would if the team was bad. So I don't know. Maybe I'm just being biased living in Austin, wanting Austin to get a team now. And that's my 2 cents on it. But I feel like it'd be fun. And
it'd be fun.
I wonder where they'd play. Like, would they put it at Moody Center? Is Moody Center set up for hockey? Would they be okay?
They could reconfigure whatever they have to do to get that done, probably.
Maybe. And it's
important. The scheduling would be that thing makes too much money on concerts.
Yeah. Well, it's important to note that UT does not own the Moody Center.
Right.
So it's, the thought of another football team playing games at DKR, that would never happen. Like UT wouldn't allow it.
No.
But UT does not own the rights to the Moody Center. So, like they wouldn't have the final say on whether or not an NHL team could play there. But you're right. I mean, look, there are plenty of venues. American Airlines Center in Dallas, they have concerts there all the time, and they're still able to play 41 regular season hockey games plus the playoffs there. So it could make it work. But I don't know.
Just put that bad boy down south somewhere, and nobody wants to keep going up north for shit.
Right. Yeah. Do you put it at? I think the HEB Center at Cedar Park is too small. So maybe they expand to that, or that's just not an option. I think the beauty of, I don't want to spend too much time on this, but the beauty of Vegas and why the Golden Knights are so successful, Buck, their arena's on the Strip.
Yes.
So it's like, part of me is like, for hockey to really work in Austin,
bring it downtown.
Put the arena on 6th Street.
Bring that build an arena downtown where the convention center was.
Boom, right there. Like literally walking distance from the bars on 6th. That's also in Nashville where the Sexual Predators play. It's on Broadway. So it's literally right next to all the bars. You walk out of the bars, you go to the hockey game, or you go to the hockey game, then you walk out and go to the bars right there. Like if they really want to make hockey work in Austin, and that's something that Austin has that Houston doesn't, boom, you just put it on 6th Street next to all the bars, and all of a sudden it becomes like a hip, cool thing for everybody to do.
Yeah, tear up some of those useless bars down there. Tear up some of that crap down there.
That's the dream right there. Like if you're going to have an NHL team in Austin, you do it right. Like I'm worried if Elon pays for the team, he's going to try to put it out East Coast by Tesla. It's like,
shit.
That's not what you want. Like you got to put it in the heart of the city for this thing to really take off.
Oh yeah, for sure.
So my last question to you would be, and Double R's chiming in this morning, the Ice Bats. What would the team name be? Do you bring back the Ice Bats?
Hell yeah, you bring them back.
I'm trying to think what else would even be in consideration here.
Bring back the Ice Bats.
The 316s for Stone Cold Steve Austin. Show that dude some love. With like the Outlaws or the the Cowboys.
No Cowboys. That's not going to work.
Do that. What about Texas? Probably wouldn't allow the Longhorns, but that'd be something kind of cool, right? Really diving into the
Some
UT
sweaters.
bit.
That'd be awesome. Yeah.
The Austin Longhorns.
Now, I'm sorry. Those rights, Jay would let you know, those rights would be hard to come by right there.
Yeah, you're probably right. UT would have a pissy fit with that. The Austin Traffic. Yeah, send them in. Send your thoughts. The Dakota text line 512-222-9328 or the YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, and Twitch live chats. If Austin gets an NHL club, which again is very early discussions, but apparently Austin has thrown its name into the hat, and someone has stepped up and said, "Hey, I don't care that the franchise fee is $2 billion. I will pay it for Austin to get a team." So if that does happen, what team name would you want? What should they call the hockey club? Yeah, UT has a club hockey team, but that's the Texas Longhorns. This would be the Austin Longhorns. I don't know if you're going to be able to call this team Texas something. I would feel like it'd be Austin something.
Yes.
But who knows? You got the Texas Rangers in Arlington. You got the Houston Texans in Houston. Maybe it would be Texas something instead of Austin.
Oh, the Ice Bats is just easy.
It feels like the one, right? That's the tradition and the history.
On the bat. Nice.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, you can make a badass logo with the Ice Bats. That I think would be my first choice. So we'll see, man. That's very exciting. Very exciting. I hope it comes to fruition. I think it'd be great for our city and for our area. And I would not mind doing a little more hockey coverage here on TSU. That would be fun. All right, we will take your thoughts. Again, go to text line 512-222-9328. No disrespect to Austin FC, but the four major American professional sports. We've got a couple of people texting. What about Austin FC? The four American professional sports: NFL, baseball, NBA, NHL.
Yeah, FC needs to get back to they need to get back to the playoffs.
It'd be nice. They're in the mix. They did lose on Saturday in Seattle, but they're kind of right there. Still like half the season to go. But that run they went on a couple of years ago was fun. But outside of that, it's been more down than good for Austin FC. But again, that's the beauty of Austin as a sports town. Like, they're still selling out every single match.
That's amazing.
And, yeah. So I would think that a hockey club here would do pretty well. Again, especially if you put it into cool. Like Austin FC Stadium Q2 is right by the Domain. Cool area. I think that is a big part of why they are so successful. If people were having to travel way out to the burbs to go to an Austin FC game, I don't know if the attendance and the popularity would be what they are. So, putting it in a cool area where a lot of people live and can just walk over there, that helps. That has, I think, been good for them, and I think that would be good for hockey too. If it happens.
I think so too. Downtown is downtown. You just got to find an area.
Yeah. There's plenty of empty stuff over there.
Empty bars there that used to be what the old timers called something to this. Now let's empty them out. People
are talking about, 6th Street isn't the same as it used to be. This is a way to bring 6th Street back. So this will get bars and restaurants up and going again down there.
Dude, they've reconfigured that damn convention center 1,000 times. Make that into a hockey arena.
I'd be okay with that. Yeah, they're doing it again too. They got this huge project going on at the convention center.
Always construction down there. It's like that. It's like Charlotte Airport.
Instead of all these damn high rises, can we get we got too many apartments here. Can we maybe tear one of those down and put a
There you go.
Hockey arena?
Hey, whatever you do, it's going to have a parking facility built right with it.
Yeah, that's I don't know, with Nashville's being on Broadway Street, I don't know what the parking. I think a lot of people just Uber to the games. I think there's parking close, but because it's on that hugely populated
your
street,
driverless cars would be all over the place.
Ooh, Waymos
would be everywhere.
How about that? Now they got Tesla. Tesla's got driverless taxis driving around the city. Did you see that?
No, started up last week. Because I'm never going to be in one, ever.
You're too scared of those? Come on. You got to support your quarterback. Arch Manning's got a Waymo deal. You got to support him.
Yeah, well, Waymo in my car, You people who drive those, I'll way mow my car in there.
Mm.
I'll be parking down in Zilker Park, walking over.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, they'd have to put parking garages and lots near the stadium for sure. You've got to have some sort of parking, but I don't know if it needs to be like your traditional,
No.
Like if you go to DKR with all the lots around there, or you go to, like AT&T Stadium where the Cowboys play, or NRG where the Texans play. I don't know if it needs to be just super isolated with 50 lots around it. Like you can make use of all of the garages near DKR. That's where people park and walk anyways. Do that.
Yeah, but I was going to say, young people will walk. Most young people, they'll walk. They'll walk about a half a mile to get to someplace. They'll just get on the street and go.
Pedicab, bring the pedicab business back.
Oh boy, yeah.
Have you ever been on one of those things, Buck?
I got on one of those when I was with Hogan when we were in San Diego, when they were at the Holiday Bowl. I got in one of those deals in the middle of the night. Huh?
Holding hands with Hogan as y'all are pulling up to.
Yes. We went out to eat, and that place in San Diego, people didn't start eating dinner until it was like, I don't know, it seemed like it was 10 o'clock at night. That's when dinner time was. And those things were everywhere.
10 o'clock Central Time or 10 o'clock specific
whatever their time is, it just seemed like it was late. They ate dinner late in California.
Yeah, that's midnight for us. If you're eating at 10 o'clock out there, that is.
Oh yeah, they eat late.
Not used to that. All right, we got some votes. Austin B votes. The Austin Ice Grackles. Guess that's similar to ice bats, right?
Yeah, the Grackles. Nah, I don't want to. I'd rather have that bat with the fangs and everything. I never liked that. The salamanders.
Yeah, votes.
Very intimidating.
Yeah, the Dirty Sixers.
The Dirty Sixers.
That'd be something. You've got the 76ers in basketball. Why not the Dirty Sixers in hockey here?
Now you're talking.
You got the food truckers is an option. Ooh, another good question. What would the colors be? Like, I love Pittsburgh's bit, the city of Pittsburgh, where all of their pro teams are the same color scheme.
Yes.
Right? Like the Steelers, the Pirates, and the Penguins are all black and yellow. I think that's great. So part of me is like, man, black and green would be awesome, like Austin FC. But the Dallas Star, like your other Texas team, is already in green. So I don't know if that'd be too confusing or annoying. Maybe that'd start the rivalry. You'd piss them off. It's like, hey, we're stealing your color. And
we're just taking this color.
But yeah, I don't know if, could you do burnt orange? There's no burnt orange NHL team. Could you add that color to?
Why not?
Like again, UT, you wonder if UT would throw a little bitch fit with that.
Do they own the color too?
Yeah, they do. They own like literally a specific Pantone, I think is what these colors are called. Like, so you can get close to it, but they own the rights to the exact color that is burnt orange, which is funny because, for years people complained about Texas not getting the jerseys right. People said, oh, this is burnt orange. It's a different shade of orange. And it's like, you guys own this orange and you can't get it right?
I remember that.
So maybe you just do something very close to burnt orange, but everybody calls it burnt orange.
And BK, speaking of Pittsburgh Pirates, one of my favorite players for the Pirates passed away this weekend. Dave Parker.
I saw that.
Wow. Young dude, too. 74.
74. The great Dave Parker.
Oh, man. He was something.
Yeah. Hall of Famer. World Series champ. 7-time All-Star.
Cobra. I think he was called the Cobra.
Yeah. Do you know how he got that nickname? Any clue the origin of that?
No. How was that?
I know. I was asking you. I wasn't around.
No, I was never. I mean, Roberto Clemente, Sanguian. I was never a Pittsburgh Pirate fan growing up as a kid. I mean, I just knew the player, Willie Stargell. We are family. I just kind of went along for the ride there, but I was never a fan of Pittsburgh baseball, the Pirates at all. Never been to a game there. I've never seen them, in person play.
The worst part about, Parker passing away right now, besides the fact that he passed away, he was going to get inducted into Cooperstown this summer. Like, I think the Hall of Fame induction's like a month away.
It is.
So, like, he finally got in after years of waiting. The Veterans Committee put him in. And, yeah, he was about to get inducted into Cooperstown later this summer, and he passes away right now. Sucks. Obviously, he'll still get inducted posthumously, but hate that he can't be a part of that ceremony and induction. That's coming up here in a few weeks, but it'll be an emotional scene, I'm sure, for his family who's
Certainly
out
will.
there. Yeah, that was tough to see over the weekend. All right, keep the text coming in, keep the comments coming in. Your suggestions for what the new Austin NHL team should be named. Again, it's not imminent, but a report over the weekend from an NHL insider that Austin is vying to become an expansion city for the NHL. It sounds like expansion is happening in the National Hockey League soon. They're going to go from 32 teams maybe to 34, potentially to 36. I wouldn't be surprised if a couple of other leagues start to add teams here with all of the money that's coming in to these pro sports leagues now. But Austin apparently trying to get an NHL team. So we will see what happens. But, what would you name the team if you were in charge? We might get the vote. The Utah fans got the vote on their team name, so we might get to vote on our team name if this thing ever happens. All right. We'll shift gears. We'll get to some Texas football. We've got some sound from Arch Manning, who met with the media at the Manning Passing Academy in Louisiana over the weekend. Before we let you hear from QB1, how about our first round of sponsor shout-outs?
Folks, for a long time I was looking for the right support for this bad back of mine, and believe me, it was hard to find. And then I discovered Relax the Back. Live pain-free, sold. They embrace a holistic approach for a healthier lifestyle based on 35 years of proven expertise. And once again, my back couldn't be happier. Sat in this chair this weekend, watching a little golf. Did all my card reading, all my stuff in this chair this weekend. And boy, my back feels fantastic. Got a little rehab work today, and it's going to be a little bit easier for me to even do that thanks to Relax the Back. And I do appreciate the folks there. And they've got it all. Select massage chairs, zero gravity recliners, adjustable mattress sets. And folks, they got Tempur-Pedic pillows and mattresses at Relax the Back. They have all the accessories that there's different kind of accessories. Whether it's that vibrating ball to put under your legs or behind your back or on your neck or on your shoulders. Let me tell you, they've got it all at Relax the Back. 2 locations at the Hill Country Gallery across from Whole Foods, and of course in North Austin at the Gateway Shopping Center across from the Container Store. Live pain-free like the Buck at Relax the Back.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Speaking of relaxation, Buck.
Oh, you're getting cream this morning?
A little cream soda to start off the week. Ain't nothing wrong with the little Monday creaming, is there?
Nothing wrong with that.
No. Shout out to OLIPOP, man. Got this over the weekend at my local Targets. They've got OLIPOP at every grocery store. If you're a Target guy, if you're a Walmart guy, if you're a HEB guy or gal, of course, if you're Whole Foods, Costco, it doesn't matter. Wherever you shop, you could shop OLIPOP. Cream soda is my go-to flavor. Guess what? They've got 19 different flavors to choose from. And if you're tuned in for the first time and you're wondering, BK, what is OLIPOP? Well, OLIPOP is a great tasting soda that's actually good for you. This tastes just like a cream soda, which is great because cream soda is delicious. But
absolutely,
there are good ingredients in here. Only 40 calories, 0 grams of fat, just 2 grams of sugar, about 9 grams of fiber, prebiotics, botanicals, and plant fibers in every can. Stuff that supports good digestive health. So every time you drink a can of OLIPOP, you're supporting your taste buds because it tastes great. You're also supporting your gut health as well. It is the best of all worlds. Next time you're at the grocery store, make sure you shop OLIPOP.
Love that OLIPOP, man. Love it,
yes.
love it, love it. I need some good stuff. The big man is keeping hold of that 154 in the morning. So working to try to get up to that 160 is still going to be hard. Still running high. Temperature still something must be going on. Temperature still in that, close to 101. Wonder what that's all about.
You tested yourself again and you're still rocking a 101?
Yeah, I wonder what that means. Something internally, or I'm just running hot. That's all.
I don't know. Part of me thinks you need to get checked out, but I don't know.
Yeah, I'm getting all my stuff all checked out now because that's it. I'm not going to get the colonoscopy thing. I think that last one I got was it. I said it was it, but I think I'd do one more.
Oh, you're volunteering to get another colonoscopy?
No, I'm not volunteering. I just think that at 70, I think somebody said if you get up to be 75, you're going to do it again too after that. Like, no, I got a threshold of when I think it's okay. I think maybe one more time.
Hey, Doc, can you put a third finger in there this time?
No. I don't go to that dude until July, the latter part of July. So,
Is this the one where you have to shit in a box?
oh no, I'm not allowed to.
Your
I
wife
tried.
says you can't?
I tried that. I felt so bad for the person opening up the box. I just couldn't do it.
Dude, that's the weirdest bit of all time. Yeah, let me go somewhere and take a dump. Don't make me ship it in a box, please. That's like the least humane thing of all time.
Because somebody has to open up. Somebody is the box cutter, right?
Yeah.
Somebody's the opener. Somebody
Dude, how
has that job, right?
much would you have to get paid to have that gig?
Dude, that would take an awful lot. If that's what I was doing for 8 hours a day.
Oh, how many
Oh,
million? I assume it's starting there, right?
Uh, about 200 grand to have that job.
That's
Two,
it?
yeah, 200.
200 grand to smell like 50 people's shit every day?
No, dude, I don't know. Maybe I don't know how it's packaged, but you tear it up. You've got a mask on. Obviously you have gloves, unless you're the gloveless guy. I do like to put my hands in Mother Earth. So,
What about a mask? That should be your first
oh, that's for sure. I got to have that.
priority there. Oh my God, but you have to look at it, right? You can't be blindfolded, so you have to see what you're doing.
I think once you got the box open, then you pass it over to the next schmuck that has to do something with it.
You got to take it out. That's part of this gig. You got to handle it yourself. You got to open the box, take it out, walk it all the way over.
All right, that's a $500,000 job then.
$500,000 is where you're going there.
If I've got to walk it over, if I got to take it without having it in the box, if I have to remove it from the box, then the price just went up.
I need at least $5 million for that.
What?
I need at least $5 million for that, dude. I can't be doing that for 40 hours a week, handling people's shit.
Yeah, that seems like a tough job.
It seems like a tough job.
Maybe
all
the
right.
maybe the Apple Watch can do it.
Yeah, you should be using that to help you gain some weight, big man. I'm telling you, track your workouts on there. That'll be good for you. That'll be good. Quick shout out to our guy Jay at Sioux Patrick. We will be live at Sioux Patrick this Thursday, the day before Independence Day. Of course, we'll be off on Friday celebrating the 4th of July, but we'll be rocking and rolling Monday to Thursday this week on TSU. And, our guy Jay says you can't own a color. So Texas doesn't own a color, but you can't use the burnt orange color and have Texas on the same shirt, hat, sign, anything.
Wow.
Shout out to Jay and Sioux Patrick for the help with that. They're going to be one of our travel partners for SEC Media Days coming up.
5222 Burnett Road, folks. We will be there.
Yes, indeed. SiouxPatrick.com. Do your shopping online.
I was using my schedule glass this weekend. Fill that bad boy up with ice and some iced tea. It was great.
You got a Sioux Patrick shirt and hat on today?
I'm rocking it today.
Rocking the SEC champion baseball hat that I got from Sioux Patrick. So that's where we do our Texas shopping. That's where you should do your Texas shopping as well. All right, let's let you hear from the quarterback. We had the Manning Passing Academy go on this weekend in Thibodaux, Louisiana. Of course, the Manning family puts it on. A number of coaches and quarterbacks from around the country come by and help coach. This is a youth football camp. It's for middle school through high school. More than 1,400 campers showed up, but a lot of college quarterbacks serve as counselors for this camp. And they also, they'll throw, they'll go through some drills themselves. They'll meet with the media. They'll hang around. But a lot of big names were there. Arch Manning was there, obviously. Garrett Nussmeier was there. Cade Klubnik was there. Sam Levitt at Arizona State was there. John Mateer at Oklahoma. I mean, a bunch of big name QBs and a bunch of guys who are expected to be the best quarterbacks in the country this season or hanging out in Louisiana serving as counselors for this camp. So great deal that the Mannings throw every single year. It's been going on for decades now. And obviously it continues. So we've got a little bit of sound from Arch Manning here. Not the highest quality. It's not your normal press conference setting, but it's audible. So we'll play it for you. A couple of cuts from Arch Manning talking about Texas, talking about the Longhorns here in 2025. We will start with this one. Arch was asked, how do you balance everything from, going into your first year as the starter to the fame to being a student at Texas and everything else that comes with being Arch Manning? Here was his response to that question.
Yeah, well, at the end of the day, you got to remember we're just playing a sport. We signed up for this. This is what we do to have fun. So just remembering that this is a fun game. Have fun with your teammates. You're out there with your best friends and cut it loose and have fun.
Yeah, I mean, you got to take. I mean, I think that's a great answer. I mean, you still, no matter what, football has to be fun. I mean, it may seem like work, and it is hard work, and it's spend a lot of time around those dudes, but you're actually there to have some fun. You started that game out having fun, so you've got to continue to do that, or then it gets to be a job. It may seem like a job, but it's not a job yet. So you still need to have fun playing the game.
That's a good way to alleviate some of the pressure that's on you, right?
Oh, yeah.
To just that mindset of, man, this is a game. We're out here having fun. I'm playing the sport that I love with a bunch of teammates that I love, and that's what this thing is at the end of the day. So
certainly is.
Of course, it's serious. We all care about it. He cares about it too. But remembering at the end of the day, like it's a game, and we're here to win, but we're also here to have a good time. So I don't know. I think that's a good answer there from Arch Manning. What about the outside noise? Obviously, there's a lot of that. I mean, everywhere Arch Manning goes, he gets talked about. I mean, I keep hearkening back to when he lost his student ID in his first month of being a college student. Like that became a national story. And I think Arch learned very early on that, like, dude, anything you do is going to be a big deal. So there's a lot of outside noise. How do you handle all of that?
Yeah, I mean, I really don't pay much attention to anyone, what they think, besides my coaches, my parents, and some close friends that will tell me the truth. But I'm not worried what other people think. I'm just going to go out there, have fun, and play my game.
Yeah, he's used to that part of it. He's been under the pressure. He's been under the gun. There's always been noise around that kid, so he knows how to handle that. He doesn't pay. It sounds like he doesn't pay much attention to it. Where others want to know everything about what people say about him, or they'll care about it. He doesn't seem to do it. He only has a certain amount of people that he cares about their opinion, which is a good thing.
Yeah. That's like, I think every player in that spot would give that exact answer.
Sure,
but not every player means it, right? I mean, and
not every coach, a lot of people hear the noise.
Oh my God. Like I always get a kick out of these coaches who are like, oh, we don't pay attention to anything you guys say. And then at the next press conference, they'll be like, well, one of you guys wrote that we were supposed to lose this game.
Right.
It's like, wait, coach, I thought you don't pay attention to. And then they'll literally reference like a tweet or an article or something else. It's like a lot of people just say that because that's what you're supposed to say, but they don't actually back it up. Like, I mean, Arch Manning would go insane. If that guy has a bad game this year, let's say the Ohio State game, he throws like 2 picks and Texas loses. If that guy hops on Twitter or Facebook or Instagram or Snapchat or anything, he's going to have a bad time.
Sure.
So I hope for his sake, he's actually true to his word, because, anytime you're a quarterback at a place like Texas, any mistake you make is going to be a big deal. Ask Quinn Ewers.
By the way, you can do that. You can look at that stuff. Can you handle it? People are going to think what they want about you. Even if you do well, there's still going to be some that are still going to doubt you and say, well, here's what he didn't do well. He sucks at this. But I mean, it all depends on how you take that. I mean, there's some people that can take that. They can look at it, they can take it in and still process it, that it doesn't bother them. But there's a lot of young guys that can't do it. It's just, it'll hurt their feelings,
Yeah. Yeah. I think
their heads get blown up out of proportion if it's too much one way or the other.
Yeah, it works both ways, right? Yeah, you can get an overinflated ego if everyone's praising you too much.
Absolutely.
You're like, oh, man, I'm good. I don't need to work hard anymore. I got this. Yeah, look, some guys are great at compartmentalizing, right? Some guys can look at that and, hey, the negative stuff, all right, that's motivation. I'm going to use this to get better. And all the positive stuff, hey, that's great, but I'm going to stay grounded. Some guys have zero problem with handling that type of criticism that you get on social media. But
yeah, I'm going on 25, 26 years of media stuff, and there's all kinds of things that have been said about me. That used to bother me. I mean, it used to just drive me crazy in radio, and then I just gave up on it. I got off of Twitter and stuff like that. I said, you know what? This can't drive you. This can't – I mean, because everybody's not going to agree with you. Everybody's not going to like you, and it takes a while to get to that point, because everybody wants people to like them. And so,
of course,
it just can't be that way. because you're not going to be perfect in what you do every time you take the field or take the microphone. There are going to be things that are off. You're going to have an off day, so you better be able to handle it when they don't like you.
Right. Yeah, look, some of it you can't control, right? If you have a bad game, guess what? You have to do a post-game press conference. I think someone's going to ask you, hey, you know, what happened? What'd you do out there? I mean, at some point you're going to have to face the music in some form or fashion, but you know, I don't know. Like it's better staying off social.
People think about you can't control what people think about you,
right? But you can't
control. Got to make sure
how
the people that matter, the people that matter to you.
Yeah.
If they think those things, it's going to hurt.
Sure. And that's it. You got to have a tight circle. You can't listen to nobody. Like you got to take feedback from somebody on the field, off the field. That's how you grow as a player. More importantly, that's how you grow as a man. So you can't just lock yourself in and not listen to anybody out there. But, you know, George 1269324 on Twitter, you don't really need to listen to what that guy has to say about your game. You know, maybe call your Hall of Fame uncles or your grandpa or your dad or your coaches or whatever. Those are the guys that maybe you should be listening to over.
Everybody has an opinion.
Jabronis online. Yeah, agreed. All right, what about the current team? Arch Manning was asked about the wide receiver room, right? Texas, of course, losing a lot from its wide receiver room last year. Matthew Golden, Silas Bolden, Isaiah Bond, all off in the NFL. Of course, Gunnar Elm, the tight end, is in the league too. Arch Manning was asked about some of the new faces in that wide receiver room and some of the guys he's been working with this offseason.
Yeah, they've been having a good offseason. Parker had a really good spring. It's nice the addition of Emmett. Wingo and Demo look good, and these young guys have stepped up. Kalik's looking good this summer, so we're fired up. We got a young but talented group.
They do have a young group.
Yeah, it's both of those things are accurate, right? It's young and it's talented. A lot of unproven commodities there, but I mean, you've got nothing but 4- and 5-star recruits in your wide receiver room. So
and you got fantastic coaches at those positions, which is good too.
Yeah, just how quickly can those guys, you know, get to their peaks, right? Because I think down the road, I mean, a bunch of these, Brian Wingo, I think is going to turn into a star. You know, guys like Kalik Lockett and Jamie French, who are 5 stars this year, I think those guys are going to turn into stars. But it's can they do that in their first and second years on campus, or do they need a little bit more time to develop and turn into that?
Yeah, because they've gone into portal and gotten some mature guys pretty quickly that have turned and that they were ready to play. They weren't, and some of them were self-made guys. Some of them didn't need a lot of coaching. Some of them were just good players. They made good decisions on who they picked as wide receivers. That's the one we'll be worrying about. That's the one we'll be looking at.
For sure. And I don't know if it was super audible, but Arch Manning was asked about, you know, Parker Livingston and the other wide receiver. So the first name he mentioned, he said Parker's doing pretty well. Parker's another guy going into his second year who not as highly touted on the recruiting trail as some of those other guys, but was very highly touted during spring ball. A lot of people are very excited about what he can do during his Texas career. And the second name he mentioned was Emmett Mosley, the transfer. So, yeah, you hope – look, Emmett Mosley didn't have the skins on the wall at his previous stop that, like, Matthew Golden did coming in from Georgia.
Yes.
Or, you know, Isaiah Bond did even coming in from Alabama, or A.D. Mitchell coming in from Georgia. Excuse me, Matthew Golden from Houston, A.D. Mitchell from Georgia, Isaiah Bond from Bama, beg your pardon. He didn't quite have those numbers because he was only in college for 1 year, but it was a very good 1 year. But you hope Emmett Mosley, the fifth, is, like, next in line of transfer.
Oh, for sure.
Just comes here and is like, he gets it. Like, there's no learning curve. It's like, oh, he looks like he's been a part of this thing for years.
That's what's been so unbelievable about him. They've walked into here and they've been, well, hell, they've been first and second round draft choices. I mean, my goodness.
Right. Yeah. That's, you know, Mosley still has a couple of years of college eligibility, right? He's only a freshman last season, so he has to stay here for a couple of years. So hopefully he has 2 great seasons, and then, you know, it becomes a first or second round pick, just like
the rest of them.
Yeah. So Texas Longhorns have had plenty of success with transfer portal players up and down, but wide receiver has been at the very top of that list.
No doubt.
Yeah. If Emmett Mosley is the guy this year who, you know, can be this year's Matthew Golden, then Texas.
Lots of catchy catch this summer.
Yeah. Sounds like Arch has been doing that with some of his teammates. Well, that's good.
Did any receivers go down? Do receivers go to this camp, or is it all quarterbacks?
No, like,
it's just a camp, isn't it?
It's just a camp. So it's only for, like, from a camping standpoint, I think it's for offensive skill position guys. So quarterbacks, running backs, receivers, and tight ends.
Okay.
I don't know. Like, you don't hear about running back counselors or wide receiver counselors. So I don't know if any, like,
it always seems to be about the quarterbacks, but they got to bring some running backs and wide receivers to catch the ball, I would think.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what that looks like. Maybe it's just local kids, or I know there's coaches like John Gruden was hanging out there this weekend. So they've got like random coaches and football people from around the nation.
Gruden trying to find another job.
Yeah, I don't know. You think Gruden could get another job?
I do.
Those emails that got leaked out.
He'll get another job.
Maybe he's at Barstool right now, making a pretty penny to just talk about the game. So I don't know. I don't think anybody would hire John Gruden as a head coach in the NFL in 2025.
That's it. Well, maybe I just give him another couple years.
I think another couple years. The further away from the game, the more likely he is.
Short memory. Just keeps showing up at all these places, though.
Yeah. I don't know, man. If he wants to do the Bill Belichick thing, maybe he could.
Wow.
Wasn't he linked? He was like linked to Tennessee for a while. People thought he was going to take the Tennessee job. So maybe he would go the college route like Belichick and start hooking up with 24-year-olds too.
Nice.
I mean, that's in his future. One more here from Arch Manning. He was asked about players he models his game after, right? Which quarterbacks in college or the NFL do you watch, and who do you try to learn from? Here's what Arch Manning responded.
Watched a lot of Joe Burrow and Josh Allen. Those are my guys. Obviously Mahomes. So as much, I like to take bits and pieces of everyone, and I like watching the other guys, other great players.
Well, he just named 3 great ones.
Yeah, worst guys to learn from, right?
Yeah, really.
And, when Arch Manning says those are my guys, I actually believe him.
Like, yeah, for sure.
Other quarterback says that, it's like, you don't know them. That's cool that you like them. That's great. But like Arch Manning probably knows those dudes, and he's probably been able to like pick their brains about
no doubt
how to play the quarterback position.
He's not just watching film with them; he's actually talked to them.
Yeah, that's the luxury of being in the first family of football.
Absolutely. I mean, you don't just get to watch film; you get to actually talk to those guys. That is neat.
That is neat. Good word right there. Joe Burrow, obviously Heisman winner, number 1 overall pick, having a great start to his NFL career. And Josh Allen just won MVP, first round pick. And that's, Arch Manning, you hope, has that Josh Allen athleticism, right? That's what makes Josh Allen good and so hard to stop in the league, is not only does he have a cannon for an arm, but he's got the ability to run by people and run over people. That's, if Arch Manning has that trait, then he's going to be really, really tough to stop.
Yeah, I need him to have that Joe Burrow accuracy.
Yeah, Joe Burrow accuracy would be nice. I mean, go back and look at Joe Burrow's numbers during his Heisman and national championship winning season in 2019. If Arch Manning does like 80% of that, then he's got a shot to win the Heisman this year.
Dude, Joe Burrow, even when he's having a bad year, has a great year.
Yeah, that dude just has to stay healthy. That's his biggest issue now in the NFL. But Joe Burrow in 2019, let me pull up the numbers here. God, 5,600 passing yards.
Wow.
60 touchdowns, 6 interceptions. He also had 5 rushing touchdowns that year, too. The 60 touchdowns were just passing.
Yeah, that dude can take care of the ball.
I don't know if people are going to, you got more games now than Joe Burrow did, but I don't know if we're going to see numbers like that. I feel like the most recent Heisman winners have had like 40-something passing touchdowns. I don't know if we're going to see a 60 type of season ever again.
That was incredible.
You had Justin Jefferson and Jamar Chase at wide receiver on that team. You had Clyde Edwards-Helaire. Yeah, I mean, that team was, look, it's one of the best college football teams we've ever seen. So that helps. Obviously, Joe Burrow was a big part of that, but the talent around him. Arch Manning does not have that type of talent around him this year at Texas, unfortunately. That would be great if we did, but there's no Jefferson. There's no Chase, at least I don't think, in this wide receiver room. I would love for those guys to prove me wrong. But damn, Yeah, 80% of those numbers would be great.
Yeah, we'll be watching to see who. I mean, just the receiver room itself. I mean, I think they're going to do some things with this tight end that it's hard for me to say that. What else could they do after what they did last year with the tight end? I thought they were fantastic. I think they did such a great job last year, really developing the tight end position. And now they have one that everybody, it's just not what the Texas coaches think of. It's like the whole country thinks an awful lot about this kid playing tight end now.
Right. Yeah, it's hard to know what your expectations should be for Jack Injuries, right? Like, okay, you want to temper your expectations a little bit because Gunnar Helm just set school records for catches and receiving yards by a tight end. So it's like, well, what are the odds he can do that? Like that's a century plus record that was just broken last year, and there's no way the guy we bring in can be better than that.
Well, I got to believe he's going to be close. I think he's going to be close.
Well, on the other end, like Gunnar Helm, what do you have? 14 catches 2 years ago?
Yes.
Like, he was a backup his first 3 years at Texas. Last year was his first year as a starter, and he did that. Jack Injuries had 50-something catches, 600-plus yards for an average Cal team last season with like a worse quarterback and less talent around him. So like the glass half full is like, well, shit, if he can do that there, what can he do here with this in the Sark offense?
Yeah, you expect him to be close to, 65, 70 catches.
I don't know. I mean, that'd be a record. I think that would break Gunnar Helm's record. Gunnar Helm had like 63. Let me double check. I know he didn't get to 70. So if Jack Injuries
I'm looking for 65.
Gunnar Helm had 60 catches last year. That was a record on the nose. So 61 would be a school record. Gunnar Helm had 786 yards receiving last season. So anything other than that would obviously be a record too.
Yeah, I can see this kid catching. I mean, I don't know that much about him, but boy, they talk about him everywhere. Yeah. All the magazines will have him listed as the guy.
I think he's going to be, preseason all SEC. First team, maybe not first team, but second team, I think, when the voting comes out. That was maybe the biggest impact transfer that Texas brought in. Obviously, time will tell. Texas brought in a number of talented pieces who were going to help this team. But, Jack Injuries, I think, has a chance to do something really, really special. And he's a one and doneer. Like, he's already come out and basically said, like, no, my plan is to be here for a year and then go pro.
Sure.
So works for me. Go out, have a great year, help Texas win a national championship, and go be a first or second round pick next season, Jack.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much. You'll, beer's on me every time you come back to Austin if you do all of those things.
There you go.
So there you go. All right, some sound from Arch Manning. By the way, he was asked about Garrett Nussmeier, LSU's quarterback, who is the current favorite to win the Heisman Trophy in 2025. Those guys were roommates this weekend, and apparently they're like great friends now. So not sure that matters or means anything, but they're speaking very highly of each other over the weekend. And maybe those two dudes will both be in New York at the end of the year trying to win the Heisman.
Boy, that would be something, wouldn't it?
That would be something. Yeah. And Garrett Nussmeier, LSU signal caller. Of course, Texas does not play LSU this year, at least in the regular season. But, those two guys might be linked together for a while. Who knows? All right, we'll take your thoughts. The Dakota text line 512-222-9328. Again, we are taking your suggestions for what you would name an NHL team here in Austin if we get one. Rumors over the weekend saying that Austin is trying to vouch for an NHL expansion club. Excuse me. We'll take your thoughts on that. We'll shift gears here in a second. Got some Texas football recruiting news to get into, but also we gotta dunk on the Big 12 here in a moment, Buck.
Yeah, that's kind of goofy.
Kind of goofy bit from them. So before we do that, how about another round of sponsor shout-outs?
Sounds like a good day on a Monday here, just before the 1st of July happens, is to head on over to Hat Creek Burger. Maybe for lunch, take the kids over there. The weekend is over with. Been messing around with the kids at home. Take them for a nice lunch at Hat Creek Burger. Get yourself double with cheese, onions, pickles, the whole works at Hat Creek Burger. 25 locations throughout the state of Texas, started right here in Austin, Texas. And, boy, they have a delicious hamburger. They really, really do. And great fries. And, of course, the great milkshakes that they have at Hat Creek Burgers. Hat Creek Burger also, folks, have they have breakfast for you. Find out the location near you that has breakfast and go on, grab yourself some pancakes, tacos, sausage. They've got it all at Hat Creek Burger.
Yeah, check out that frozen lemonade slushy that they've
got.
Yeah,
I saw that the last time I was there. But you know what? I got a milkshake. I couldn't do them both. But they do have the slushy. I saw that. Big sign right there in front of me.
It's very good. I had one last time I was there. Big fan. Cooled me down. It'll cool you down on these hot summer days. Shout out to Hat Creek Burger Company. Also, a shout out to our friends at Covert Bee Cave. We'll let you hear from them right now.
It's really a family experience. You know, I walked in the showroom today and everybody greeted me by name. How you doing? What's going on? How's everything going?
From a price standpoint, from a customer service perspective, just conversation when you come in, it feels no pressure. I want to buy cars here.
The family buying car experience, one of the best that you will ever have.
Come and experience it for yourself.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
So our friends over at 34 Wine and Spirits, 4601 Southwest Parkway, head on over for all your alcohol needs. They're a wholesale distributor, so they can get it to you. They can get it to your big party, your small party. But go by the store, say hello to the guys once you are over there. There you will find the best beer in the world, and that's Altstadt Beer. All the different varieties, different flavors that Altstadt has. They're right there at 34 Wine and Spirits.
No, I had what is that? Is someone honking outside of your house?
No, that's the lawn dudes. Lawn dudes are out there.
Got it. Oh boy, early. 8 a.m.
Huh?
8 a.m.
Oh yeah, they hit this place first. I'm too busy in the day. And plus I have to mess with the dog. That means I have to go put the dog in the pen before we start the show. And I'll walk over and the dog walks to the pen. But as soon as he gets close, he takes off and comes all the way back to here before I put him on a leash and bring him. It's a game that I have to play with the dog. It sucks on Monday mornings, every other Monday, to play this game with him. Just walk over, you stupid ass dog, and walk in the pen. Why run back over to the garage? I have to put him up and then I walk him back. He walks right in. I don't know. Maybe it's like a new girlfriend or something. You got to play these games to start out the deal. I wouldn't know. I haven't played that game in a while, but just seems like a weird game to be playing with the dog, you know?
He wants that attention, you know? Like he wants his owner to show him some love. He wants to go on a walk. So that's the closest thing.
You think little Zach got some attention from the grandkids yesterday? They were throwing stuff. That dog, he's got to be exhausted today. That dog is going to sit around and not do a thing today.
They're just playing fetch all day?
All day. And they're in my house. He has his little toys. They're just throwing these toys. And that dude was going for about an hour and a half straight, just nonstop. And he fetched every one of them.
That's great. I don't know, that dog will still be yapping at something today. I'm sure.
You're right.
That's what he does. All right. Shout out to Altstadt Beer. A little sidetrack there. That's on me. The best beer that you could find. I was out at the pool on Saturday drinking a few Altstadt beers.
The apartment pool?
Not my apartment pool. Apartment pool.
Wait a minute. You don't hang out at your apartment pool?
No, not really. Too many
You're
kids.
Not saving little kids at the bottom of the pool?
Definitely not doing that. Hey, kids, if you want a beer, I got you. That's
nice.
That's how I'm saving the kids. But man, Altstadt, it was perfect. It was a great, relaxing Saturday for me. And whatever you have going on this summer, right? Independence Day coming up. You obviously have something planned for the holiday weekend. Make sure you accompany your good times with the greatness that is Altstadt Beer. I was drinking the lager. It's my personal favorite, but they've got the Kolsch, they've got the light, they've got the summer seasonal peach radler. That is fantastic. They've got something for every beer drinker out there. So load up this week before the holiday weekend. You can go to 34 Wine and Spirits and get you there. But again, whatever you have going on this summer and this holiday weekend, make sure you're accompanying your good times with the greatness that is Altstadt Beer. No impurities, no regrets. And, of course, please remember to drink it responsibly. We'll be telling you that all week long. All right, Buck. SEC Media Days is coming up in a few weeks.
Yes, sir.
And TSU will have a contingent of folks out there in Atlanta because we haven't been to Atlanta enough, have we?
No. Jeez.
We got to go back. You know, it was nice. It was nice of the SEC to throw us a bone last year. They put Media Days in Dallas. It's like, hey, welcome to the conference, Texas and Oklahoma. We'll put it there. And then literally 1 year in, it's like, no, back to Atlanta.
No, You guys are too good. You got to come make this trip to Atlanta.
Got to come to Atlanta, and now the SEC title game's still going to be in Atlanta this year. So you gotta deal with that, and you got to go to Athens for a road game this year. So you'll be flying into Atlanta for that one too. So get ready for that, Texas fans. I guess fans don't really go to media days, but get ready for that, Texas media. 3 potential trips to the Atlanta airport. Buck, your personal favorites.
Oh, gee, I saw enough of them this weekend.
Yeah. Oh,
I saw them on TV, people sleeping at the airports because of the hail that they had last week. Saw a bunch of those Delta Airlines flights are canceled all over the place. People sleeping in Atlanta airport. Not a great sleep.
Oh no. Did you get PTSD from watching that?
Oh, I was so mad.
God. Yeah, that's
sleeping on the floors.
Yeah, CB asked if you're going. No, you refuse to go because it's in Atlanta.
No, I don't do Atlanta.
I'll be out there. Chip will be out there. Matt will be out there. Zay may be out there. We'll have a good, strong TSU contingent, but the Buck is too scared to ever fly into Atlanta's international airport again. That he's going to be staying back.
No, I don't go to Atlanta. I don't do Atlanta. National championship game. Oh, they'll probably have it there anyway. They'll have the conference championship game, obviously, there.
Right, and they'll have one of the semifinal. Last year was a quarterfinal that was at the Peach Bowl.
Are we there again Are we there again this year for something?
This year, one of the 2 semifinal spots is the Peach Bowl in Atlanta. So Texas could be playing there. Yeah, they rotate it. It's as of right now, the way it's set up is there are 6 spots, 6 host sites that they rotate. 4 of them every year will be quarterfinal spots, and 2 of them are semifinal spots. So that's the rotation. Last year, Peach Bowl was a quarterfinal spot. This year, it'll be a semifinal spot. And I think the Cotton Bowl, obviously Texas played at Jerry World for the semifinal. I think that will be a quarterfinal spot this year.
Are we going to Miami somewhere?
Yeah, one of the spots. Let me look it up. I mean, one of the
probably semifinals, maybe.
No, because the other semi last year, the Notre Dame Penn State game, I think, was in Miami last year. So that will be a quarterfinal game, I would think, this year. Yeah, and then what do you have? The Fiesta Bowl, the Peach Bowl, the Cotton Bowl. Who's calling me right now? Why am I getting a call?
Rose Bowl.
Rose Bowl. Let's see. Okay, the 2
semi. Apple Watch. You checking out your Apple Watch? Is it vibrating on you?
I don't have an Apple Watch. I should be asking you to do this for me. With your new Apple Watch, that's not even on your wrist right now. Very helpful for all of us. The 2 semifinal spots this year are the Fiesta Bowl and the Peach Bowl.
Okay.
So if Texas gets back to the Final Four again, it'll be a further trip than New Orleans and Arlington, which we've had the last 2 years. It'll either be in Glendale, Arizona, or Atlanta, Georgia. Again.
Yes.
Your quarterfinals, the Cotton Bowl, the Orange Bowl, the Rose Bowl, and the Sugar Bowl. And then the national title game is also in Miami, speaking of the Orange Bowl. So
love that Sugar Bowl place. I love that place.
Sure. Well, yeah, I think if Texas, well, it obviously depends on seeds, right? If Texas wins the SEC, they'll probably play at the Cotton Bowl, I would think. If Texas gets to choose where they're at, they would want to play in the state of Texas, you would think. And then, you go from there. Either Arizona or Atlanta, and then Miami. That's the path that you want to have.
Yes, indeed.
In the month of January. So, all right. So SEC Media Days is coming up, but we're talking about Big 12 Media Days here because a story that dropped over the weekend, the Big 12 has decided to do away with their preseason media poll. The ADs and the coaches voted in unison, and they decided that the preseason poll will be no more. Last year, if you remember, Arizona State was picked to finish last in the Big 12. They ended up winning the conference. The team that was picked to finish first was Utah. They ended up finishing second to last in the conference.
Are they just embarrassed? Are they embarrassed for themselves, and that's why they're doing it? What's a little embarrassment? It's just a poll, guys.
It's pretty fun. If you go back and look at like the preseason Big 12 poll last year and then look at the results of that conference, they could not have been more wrong. Like literally every team that they thought was going to be good was bad, and every team that they thought was going to be bad was good.
So they'll do away with it instead.
It's got to be like the worst preseason poll ever created. And yeah, I'm with you. Like, what are they embarrassed? Like, the thing is, it's not the media that's like, we don't want to do this anymore. It was the ADs and the coaches of the schools that are like, we don't want to have this anymore. So
that's how embarrassing it was. That's crazy.
To me, it's like, you don't think Arizona State maybe used this as motivation last year? Like, they picked us to finish last. Let's go prove them wrong.
Sure they did.
Like that was probably a huge talking point for them. And then going into the conference title game, it's like, oh, how cool would it be? We were picked to finish dead last in this league. How awesome would it be if we finished first? You don't think that was mentioned by Kenny Dillingham in their locker room before that game?
Every game?
Right. So, like, look, maybe I'm being selfish here. Like, I love voting on those things. As of right now, the SEC is going to have one. And I don't think the SEC is soft enough to do away with it. So I'm excited to vote, and I hope to continue to vote on these things going forward. But, like, I just – that's no fun.
Well, I mean, it shouldn't embarrass you to that point where you get rid of the thing. Come on.
Like, yeah, one bad year, and all of a sudden we have to get rid of it?
Yeah.
Like, I don't understand the logic here.
Figure it out. Study it a little bit more before you make your pick, you goofs.
Right. Yeah, maybe do a little bit more research. Now, they are going to keep the preseason teams.
Okay.
So that's going to be – so they're okay with that. They're okay with saying, oh, a player might be really good, and then he ends up being awful. They're okay with that.
Sucks.
But they can't do it the teams anymore. They're too much egg on their face, I guess.
Yeah, that embarrassed them to the point of they got rid of it. That's incredible.
Right. Yeah, and people look, people don't like preseason polls.
No.
People hate them.
They don't do it. What's the harm in them? What does it do?
I can't figure out why. Like back in the day, I understood because in the BCS era, the preseason poll actually kind of mattered. Like if you started 1 or 2 in the year and you never lost, odds are you were going to stay 1 and 2.
Sure.
And there was nothing anybody behind you could do. What was it, like 2004, the year where there were 3 undefeated power conference teams, and Auburn got left out because they started the year lowest in the rankings.
That's
so
right.
They couldn't jump anybody. But now in like the 12-team playoff era that's about to get to 16, it's like, what's the I don't understand why people hate preseason polls so much. Like, it just adds some more. Yeah, people are wrong on them all the time, but it adds more excitement to early season games, doesn't it?
Oh, polls always. I mean, it kills me when people don't like the polls and we don't want to be ranked number 1. Why wouldn't you want to be ranked? Of course, you want to be ranked number 1. Oh no, you know what happens to you if you're ranked number 1? Not really. Just take it, and you don't play the games. You're just a fan of it. Enjoy it. Enjoy it for your team. The teams enjoy it. By the way, when those teams are ranked number 1, do you think they want to be ranked number 3?
No, you're trying to get to number 1.
Yes.
The whole point. And hey, guess what? If you lose at number 1, odds are you probably would have lost that game if you were ranked number 2.
Yeah, no kidding.
You didn't lose that game because you were ranked number 1.
No. They were out to get you because you were number 1. No. But they're out to get you to number 2 also.
I don't get the commotion. People lose their minds, and like people are on a mission to do away with the preseason poll. And it's like, I think again, like Texas, Ohio State, that's always going to be a big game because you're talking about 2 blue blood programs,
sure.
Giant fan bases, history, tradition, pageantry, all of those things. That game's number 1 versus number 2. Isn't that a little cooler? Doesn't it feel like there's a little bit more on the line?
Absolutely.
Yeah, we haven't seen those teams. It's a total guess. We don't know how good Texas and Ohio State are going to be. We assume. I know what I want, but like we don't know exactly how good they're going to be. But it makes it feel bigger if it's 1 versus number 2. Or even if it's 1 versus 3 or 2 versus 3. Like, oh, it's a top 3 matchup in week 1. That's awesome. I don't know why people are trying to get rid of that. Like,
yeah, I mean, last year with Florida State,
Right. Yeah,
hey,
it's funny when
you make a bad pick. But what are you going to do?
This is a great point. Longhorn Bear, like people will use this as evidence to get rid of preseason polls. Like you put A&M baseball number 1 and they suck. How much funnier is it that A&M was number 1 and then they were cheeks all year?
Yeah, that was even better.
If there was no preseason poll and it's just like, oh, A&M, they could be good. People think they're going to be good, but there weren't. It's like, okay, well, it's fun. We're dunking on A&M. But because, oh my God, they were the the earliest number 1 team to drop out of the top 25 in college baseball history. Wasn't that awesome?
Yeah, it was.
I really enjoyed that. We're trying to get rid of that.
Why do you want to take away the fun?
Yeah. Why are we trying to get rid of fun here? Predictions are meant to be wrong. That's the beauty of sport. Like, you don't know what's going to happen. That's why it's the best reality TV there is. You actually can't predict the finish.
I can't believe the Big 12 decided just to get rid of that. That is so Bush League.
We got rid of it. I know. And a lot of people agree with it. And I can't figure out why.
And the coaches, they all got together to do that? Come on, Gundy.
The coaches and the ADs. Yeah, maybe it was Gundy who spearheaded this, because I think Oklahoma State was picked like 2nd or 3rd, and they finished dead last. They didn't win a game in the Big 12 last year.
A mother of children.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Coach.
Tech coach, Gundy and Tech's coach. Yeah, great.
That is true, Coach. You did win 0 Big 12 games.
That is true.
That's true.
It's true.
You went 0-9 in the Big 12 and went 3-9,
and you still got a job.
And he still has a job. Boy, that guy's built up a lot of goodwill, hadn't he?
Yes, he has.
He probably should have a statue.
They've been trying. Yeah. Every year they get closer and closer. If they keep screwing up, to saying goodbye to him. But I think he's going to be able to. I think he's going to be the one to walk away.
It's one of those, is the grass really greener discussions, because you look at Oklahoma State football before Mike Gundy. I know they won that random national championship in like the 40s, but you look at what they were for like the 40 years before he got there. They were horrible. And he's won Big 12s. He has them making bowl games way more often than not. He's had them in, BCS bowls when that was a thing. Like, if you fire him, you got to be damn sure you could do better. Now, he's had some down years, and last year sucked. So there are a lot of Oklahoma State fans who are like, we need to move on. But it's also like, well, you remember you're Oklahoma State. You're second tier in a state that doesn't have a lot of talent, and you're in the Big 12 in 2025.
Are they behind Oklahoma?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean,
how do you get behind them? That's bad.
You lose like Texas has dominated A&M in football. Look at what OU has done to Oklahoma State in Bedlam. They're like 82-20 against them. Something ridiculous like that. So, yeah, no, as much as I hate Oklahoma, and as much as I always rooted for Okie Light in those games, that's one school kind of runs that state, and it's not Mike Gundy's school.
Yeah, and that's one of those schools. That's the school that out of the Big 12, I don't want to have any series with them every other year. I don't want to play them ever again, ever.
They always beat us.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of those ones. No, thank you. We'll pass.
Yeah, that's to this day. Look, Texas won the last game, right? The Big 12 championship in 2023. Beat them by 4 touchdowns. That was fun to watch. But, I mean, Texas's last road loss was in 2022 at Oklahoma State.
Don't want to play them.
God, Gundy was such a thorn in Texas's side, wasn't he?
Yes, he was.
Brutal. He couldn't beat OU, but he could beat Texas, unfortunately, with his mullet and the stupid visor that he wore. Very annoying.
And him with the officials in his hip pocket.
Oh, yeah, the Charlie Strong game in Austin, right, where the ref bumped into Charlie Strong and then threw a flag on Charlie for unsportsmanlike conduct.
I never liked that group playing. No, that sucked.
Yeah, nothing good happened when Texas played Oklahoma State. I'm good on not seeing them again. I'm fine with that bit. So there you go. That's happening in Big 12 land, getting rid of the preseason media poll. And yeah, it wasn't the media like, oh, we're too embarrassed, we don't want to do this anymore. It was the coaches and the ADs that felt like it was a good idea. Maybe it's your mark, like, we got to do something new and innovative. He's always trying to do new and innovative things, right? Like, how do we separate ourselves?
So embarrassed about that they would actually just get rid of it.
They got rid of it.
Instead of doing a better job at it and saying, we made some bad picks last year. We'll get it all right this year. No, let's just get rid of it, period.
Yeah, that's it. By the way, one more quick story on the Big 12. This one's sad to see. The BYU is no more. Remember Jake Retzlaff?
Yeah, where did he go?
Well, he is not going to be at BYU. We don't know where he's going to go, but he is leaving the program. And there's some allegations that came out maybe a month ago that he raped a woman in 2023 And that's not why he's basically being forced to leave. He's being forced to leave because he admitted that he had sex with a woman.
Yes.
And at BYU, you can't do that.
No, you can't do that. No.
The lawsuit is like his side is saying it was consensual, and her side is saying it wasn't. It was rape.
Even if it's consensual, if you're 21 and you're a student on that campus, you can't do that.
Yeah, unless you're married, right? So any premarital sex is a no-go at BYU. And apparently BYU was about to suspend Jake Retzlaff 7 games this year.
Yeah, he's gone.
More than half the season. And he's like, yeah, I mean, they might as well told him, like, we don't want you here anymore. You got to go. So that's what BYU is, man. They had a basketball player, Brandon Davies. I remember this, like one of their best players, maybe a decade and a half ago, who admitted to having premarital sex. And they like suspended him the entire year. Couldn't play basketball at BYU ever again.
You can't play the game if you don't know the rules.
Right. That's if you don't want to follow those rules, I guess don't go there.
Yes.
Most other universities around the country don't have that rule in place. So
no.
It's gotta be tough. You're a star quarterback and you can't. Wonder how Sark did that. I mean, that's where he played.
You don't tell on yourself. Or you don't have somebody to. You just. I mean, it's not one of those deals where it can. I mean, even if you're a student, even if it's off campus somewhere, it just you can't do it.
No, you're probably right. I mean, it happens way more often than we know.
Of course, it does.
But yeah, he got caught with these
dudes will be dudes. Well, hopefully they're not going around raping people, but dudes will be dudes. It's happening on that campus.
Yeah, and chicks will be chicks. It's not only dudes who like having sex. You know, it goes both ways.
Certainly does.
Yeah, obviously we'll see what happens with this legal case, because that might determine if Jake Retzlaff ever plays college football again.
Yeah, or any football.
Again. Yeah. So like I don't know, maybe teams are like, we don't even want to touch this guy until this thing gets resolved. So I don't know how easy it'll be for him to find a new home. But BYU, a great story last year. Jake Retzlaff, obviously a great story last year in college football. And that thing is done after just 1 year. Tough scene. All right. I'll take your thoughts. Go to text line 512-222-9328. A little bit more Texas football to dive into. EA Sports has released its top 10 teams for the upcoming 2025 season for the video game. So we'll tell you where they have Texas ranked, and there's some interesting teams that they have near the top of their ratings that we'll talk about here in a second. And then we'll obviously wrap up the show with some fun stories.
Tell us about recruiting over the weekend. Nothing happened for the rest of the month of June. We're done. Not just good. About.
Well, it was a bad recruiting weekend for Texas. 6 Texas targets committed from Thursday to Sunday. Texas was a finalist for all 6 players.
Really?
None of the 6 chose Texas.
That's interesting. That generally doesn't happen here in June.
Yeah. I mean, we talked about the running back Xavier Crowell on Thursday, right?
I understood that one for sure.
You had an offensive lineman from Hawaii pick Michigan over Texas. You had a safety from Houston pick Georgia over Texas.
That I don't understand.
You had a D lineman from New Jersey pick Ohio State over Texas. You had a D lineman from, I can't remember what state, but somewhere in the South pick Georgia. Then you had a 5-star linebacker yesterday pick Alabama over Texas.
Wow, roll tide, huh?
So, yeah, Alabama and Georgia, a thorn in Texas's side right now. There's going to be good news coming this week, though.
I got to believe there's guys that have offers out there to them that'll say yes.
Yeah, I don't think anybody that Texas is targeting is committing today. Today is the final day of the month of June. But there are a couple of Texas targets committing Wednesday, a couple of D linemen. I think Texas is going to get at least one. There's a linebacker that's committing on Thursday that Texas feels pretty good about. And I think there's like 4 or 5 guys committing on Friday. So I would expect Texas to get at least 2, but probably 3 commits over the course of this week, maybe even 4. So, yeah, this weekend sucked. Again, 6 guys that Texas was in the mix for. All of those guys were on campus. Again, Texas was a quote-unquote finalist for all of those dudes. And unfortunately, it was an over weekend for Sark and company. So we'll see. Hopefully the tide turns this week. All right. Before we get to those EA Sports ratings, Buck, how about a few more sponsor shout-outs?
Tell our friends over at Woods Comfort Systems. Boy, it's starting to warm up. Did you get rain this weekend?
Yes, and I wasn't going to get mad at you because it was your birthday, but since you brought it up, I feel like I need to get mad at you.
What? I didn't call for rain the weekend. I said, hey,
I explicitly asked you to. I gave you the shot because you said it was going to rain some late this week, and I'm like, so not this weekend. You're saying no rain this weekend, and you're like, nope, no rain this weekend.
Are you telling me you had rain on? Well, I got some rain on Saturday. I think it was yesterday, as a matter of fact, we had a little downpour out here.
Yeah, yesterday was the day I got it.
I was off. I was celebrating my birthday. I didn't have my weatherer's outfit on yesterday.
Your new Apple Watch is going to help you get back in the game.
Maybe that's what this thing is good for. Maybe I can get back in the game. Yeah, I got a little wet out here yesterday, but that's all right, folks. But you got to make sure that your air conditioning unit is working properly because no matter what, it's starting to warm up, BK. I mean, we haven't had those crazy temperatures where it's been 100, but these 95s after the rain, it is humid outside. It is absolutely humid. Early in the mornings, it's warm. And you want to make sure your air conditioning system is working properly. Folks, call on Woods Comfort System. They've been doing it for close to 70 years in Central Texas. And not just air conditioning, but plumbing and heating. And their technicians will get out and make sure everything is working just right for you. We love the folks at Woods Comfort Systems.
Yes, we do. WoodsComfortSystems.com is the website to learn more, or give them a call, 512-842-5066. Make sure you tell them you heard about them right here on TSU. Shout out to them. Also, shout out to Hurricane Hecht. There's a new lawyer in town. Speaking of storms, when the storm hits, you call Hurricane Hecht. That's Ryan Hurricane Hecht, your go-to personal injury attorney right here in Austin. We might be getting Hurricane Hecht on the show at some point soon.
Sweet.
Talk about everything he can do for you, but he is the best personal injury attorney in town. So if you get hurt in a car accident, if you get injured on the job, if you're walking around the neighborhood and some stray dog bites you, whatever, call Hurricane Hecht. He's been fighting for justice and big results for a decade here in the state of Texas. And the best part, you don't pay unless you win. That's right. No fees unless Hurricane Hecht gets money in your pocket. He is that confident that he is going to win your case. He's a great dude. He's been a friend of mine for a long time. He's aggressive in court, but he's compassionate with clients. He will do the same for you. A friend of the show and a fighter for the people. Call Hurricane Hecht today. Maybe you don't need him today. Put this number in your phone so you have it whenever you need it. 512-938-8929. Again, 512-938-8929, or you can check out his website, hechtlawfirm.com. That's H-E-C-H-T, hechtlawfirm.com. Make sure you tell him that TSU sent you.
Sweet.
Yes, indeed. And a quick shout out to Waterloo Printing and Graphics as well. All of our TSU hats, our shirts, our koozies, our signs, everything that you see us rock on the shows and out and about amongst the people, that was made by Adam and his great team at Waterloo Printing and Graphics. So if you've got a business that needs any merch, reach out to him. You can shoot him a DM on Instagram at Waterloo Printing, or you can call or text him 512-300-9641. It is Waterloo Printing and Graphics.
Try and check my heart rate and everything on this thing.
Well, you have to have it on for it to work.
Well, I just touched it on my arm and it says, hey, your heart rate. You got to go to your health app. You got to go to 75 different apps on this thing.
If you take some time to actually learn that, you're going to love it. It's very
useful.
So? But if you just, like, I know you, and I know you with technology. It's one of the things I love about you. Like, you have resisted it kind of as much as you can, which is great because everyone else is so bought in. It's nice to see people who aren't super bought in. But, like, yeah, if you just like, I don't want to learn this thing, then it's going to be a nuisance. But if you are like,
you sound like the lady I slept with last night.
Oh, thanks.
That would be my wife. Yes. I mean, you're going to love this. This has everything that you need. I'm like, no, you know what I need? I need the BlackBerry people to get going again. That's what I need.
Exactly. So that's
okay. Here's what it doesn't do. Yeah. It doesn't take photos for you, does it?
It doesn't take photos for you.
Okay.
I don't think there's a camera on there. No. That's one difference between the watch and the phone. That's like one thing that you can't do on your watch that you can do on your phone.
Now, it doesn't, there's nothing that will pop up that you can see somebody on the other side, right? You can't do face chat or chat snap or whatever that other stuff with it?
Well, some of those things you can do. No, you can't do because there's no camera. You can't FaceTime.
So the latest one of these things have a camera that you can do that. You can actually.
I don't know, actually. Like
really?
I had one for a couple years. It was like the first generation. So I mean, you'll be able to look. Do you see a camera on there? Like
no, but I just said the word "see your grandkids" and it's coming up on my phone. See your grandkids.
There you go.
Oh, this is just a spy. This thing is just for somebody to spy on you.
You got Siri on there too. You can tell Siri what to do.
I love talking to her anyway. I ask her a lot of questions.
A cool thing, I don't know if you'll use this feature, but again, you can be like, hey, remind me to blank. And then with the watch on your wrist, it'll like buzz your wrist and it'll say, don't forget to do blank.
Oh, really? Oh, like an appointment. Don't be late for this appointment at such and such a time.
Yep.
Don't forget that Ronnie is really Rodney. That'll tell me that.
Yeah. Set a reminder every day at like 8:59 before the chaos theory comes on. That his name is actually Rodney and not Ronnie.
Okay, I'm going to try and see if that'll work. I bet you that thing will buzz me. I don't need all this. I don't need this technology. I'm 70. What do I need with all this?
If you treat it like that, then you're not gonna. You're not gonna wear it, so it's not gonna matter. But if you're like willing to learn and dive in head first, then it'll be helpful.
By the way, it's not a nice watch. It's not a cool watch.
Yeah, it's not a Rolex.
No.
It's you're also not paying what you would pay for a Rolex. Now you can change the band on that to make it look a little nicer.
Okay.
Yeah, those pop in and out. So if you want to get a nicer looking band, you can absolutely buy one of those. Best Buy, Apple Store, anywhere. But the screen.
If I'm going to play golf with this thing on this rubber stuff, the heat is going to make this crack.
Yeah, no, they've got like good sweat resistant bands that you can get. So
sweet.
The screen obviously is the screen like that. You can't get rid of that look, but you could change out the wristband part. So there's an option for you.
There's an option. I'm already changing that for sure.
See if you give it a go. All right, Buck. Last sports story of the day. I know you're not a big video game guy, speaking of technology, but EA Sports is once again releasing its college football video game for the second straight year after a long hiatus. And they have released their top 10 teams for the upcoming 2025 season. So they've got the ratings in the game. So these are the teams that are ranked 1 through 10 in terms of the highest rated in the 2026 game. You care to take a guess who number 1 is?
Arch Manning, Texas. I was going to say Georgia number 1, Texas number 2. Oklahoma number 1.
Definitely not that. They want people to buy the game, I think.
I don't have a clue. Don't tell me Roll Tide is in there. Roll Tide.
Ding, ding.
Really?
Alabama, the highest ranked team in the video game. Come on, Patrick. Did you look at Patrick's comment? We're trying to let the Buck guess. Don't be spoiling this thing.
Oh, no. I went back to Bama. I'm just thinking, this is kind of a big deal for Bama this year.
Bama's number one. You think Bama's the best team in the country?
I don't think they are, but their coach better play.
Ohio State.
Their coach better play like it.
Yeah. Well, they need to have a good year. They need to be in consideration for the number 1 spot. But would you have they're not? I don't think Bama's going to be a preseason top 5 team in the AP poll.
I don't either.
I think they'll be top 10. They'll be like 8 or 9, but they're not going to be. Texas will be higher. Georgia will be higher. Ohio State will be higher. Penn State will be higher. Clemson, your sleeper, will probably be higher.
Sleeper will be higher, yeah.
So it's like I'm surprised that EA Sports is Alabama number 1 in the game. What are we doing?
Come on.
There is a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6-way tie. So Alabama's an 89 overall. I don't, for some reason, nobody's 90 or above. I don't quite get that bit. But there's a 6-way tie for second place at 88 overall. Care to guess on the 6 teams You've already mentioned a few of them.
Ohio State, Texas. I'm going to say Penn State. Can I throw in my sleeper team? No. Oh, they're in there?
Clemson's tied. Yep.
Notre Dame in there?
Notre Dame's in there. There's one more that you haven't mentioned. Texas, Ohio State, Penn State, Notre Dame.
Georgia.
Oh, wait. It's a 7-way tie. I beg your pardon. Georgia's in there,
Georgia's
too.
there. There's one more?
There's one more. Sorry. I screwed you by saying it's a 6-way tie. I can't count. 7's a lot for me. It's a 7-way tie at 88 overall. Texas, Ohio State, Penn State, Notre Dame, Georgia, and Clemson. You've gotten those 6.
Oh, University of North Carolina.
No, Howard Dean, not North Carolina. I
can't think of the
dude. This is like it's
Oregon,
pretty
obviously. Oregon.
Not Oregon. Oregon's right behind. Oregon's 9th overall with the 86 rating. So they're in the top 10. I'll give you LSU. LSU is also tied with Oregon at 86. So it's not Oregon or LSU.
Rutgers.
No, we took their coaches. They can't be that good.
That's true. They don't have any coaches left. Texas took them all.
It's not that off the beaten path. It's like it's a team that you would think would be ranked in the top 25, but shouldn't be like the second highest rated team.
Texas A&M. What?
Oh yeah.
Oh no. Oh no.
How about that? Texas A&M has the same rating as Texas, Ohio State, Penn State, Notre Dame, Georgia, and Clemson. EA Sports thinks Texas A&M is on the same level as those 6 teams.
Well, let me help them. They're not.
They're not.
No.
I mean, that's like look at what these teams did last year, right? Texas, SEC title game, CFP semifinal. Ohio State won it all. Penn State, CFP semifinal. Notre Dame played for the national championship. Georgia, SEC champs. Clemson, ACC champs. Texas A&M, 8-4.
I love the big fall. I love that when they fall from that.
How in the hell are they on the same level as everybody else? They're ahead of Oregon and LSU?
Yeah, really. Oregon's not on there?
Oregon's right behind them. A&M did beat LSU, so I guess they can maybe stake claim to being better than them. But ahead of Oregon and ahead of every other school that we haven't mentioned yet.
Wow.
A&M tied with Texas. Did we
forget
what happened?
A&M, you know what I think of when I think of the Aggies? I think of University of Pittsburgh.
Ooh.
Is that bad?
It's not good. I mean, it's good for me. I think that's a hilarious comp, but it's not good for A&M. That's not who they want. They want to be Texas. They don't want to be Pitt.
I bet you Pitt had a better year.
No, I think Pitt won like 6 games last year. Didn't Pitt start like 6-0 and then go 6-7?
Oh yeah, I think they did. They had a streak going on.
It was a very impressively bad collapse by Pat Narduzzi in 2024.
God.
But A&M right there. That threw me for a loop. I had to double take, triple take, rub my eyes
all this
a couple
talk about
of times.
Texas Tech, how comes they're not on anybody's list? Because we still have to look at their record last year.
Yes. Look, Texas Tech's going to start the year ranked. And again, this EA Sports list only goes 1 through 10. So I would bet Texas Tech would be somewhere from 10 to 25 or 11 to 25. But yeah, Texas Tech shouldn't be preseason top 10. Like, can't put them there.
No, they're not even top 15.
I probably wouldn't. But they've got, I mean, they're preseason top 1 in terms of the amount of money they spend in the portal, it sounds like. So they've got some talent. They're trying to buy it. Look, it worked in softball almost, but it got them to a national championship game. Obviously, Texas Tech football would take that. I don't think it's as easy to do that in football as it is in softball because you've got a lot more teams spending money. But Tech's trying to buy their way into success like they did in softball this year.
Wow.
See if it works. And if they don't get to the Big 12 title game, I think they're going to be looking for a new head coach.
I do too. I do too. They'll be looking for one. LSU's seat will be extremely hot. I mean, there's a couple seats that are going to get real, real hot this year.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. A lot in the area, too.
Yes.
By the way, top 10 offenses in the game. Texas does have the highest rated offense in the video game. They're actually tied with Penn State, Ohio State, and Arizona State. It's the number one offenses in EA Sports College Football 26. Penn State, they've got just about everybody back from an offense that was really good last year. Ohio State's interesting. They have more to replace than Texas, but they do have Jeremiah Smith, who's the best offensive player in the sport. Arizona State, also interesting because no Cam Scadaboo. He was like the biggest reason why their offense was so good.
But they return receivers and quarterback, right?
Yeah, their quarterback's back, and Jordan Tyson, who Texas did not see, their 1,100-yard receiver before he got hurt. He's back for another year. So there's still some talent on that offense. I don't think it's as good as the other ones that they're tied with. Over to defense, Alabama has the number one ranked defense in the game at 96 overall. Texas is tied with Penn State at number 2, second highest ranked defense in the game. And then Georgia, Ohio State, Michigan, Oregon, LSU, and Texas Tech are all tied for 3rd.
There's Tech.
Tech defense? Am I reading that right?
Way to go, McGuire.
No pressure, Jerry Maguire. No pressure at all. So
none whatsoever.
Texas tied for the highest ranked offense and tied for the second highest rated defense in the game this year. And again, they are tied for the second highest overall rating on the list. I don't really know how these overall ratings work because I don't see A&M in the top 10 for offense or defense.
That's what I'm saying. How is that? Yeah, how are they doing this?
They have the same overall rating as Texas does. So
maybe if you cry enough, somebody will buy into it.
You think a big money donor in Aggieland paid somebody at EA Sports to up their score a little bit?
We're going to have to investigate this.
We got to get Wags on the case. I don't think Wags was helping with the game this year, but he helped put together this game last year. So we got to ask him about the process.
No kidding.
How this all came about, because it seems awfully fishy to me.
Yeah, that just doesn't seem right.
Doesn't seem right at all. No. All right. We'll take your thoughts. Dakota text line 512-222-9328. Buck, we have in a moment an update on the New Orleans area prison escape. Remember this story?
Oh, yeah. We found some dudes, did we?
Found one. We'll get to the latest in a moment.
Gee.
But before we do that, do you have any more sponsors to shout out this morning?
No, but we got to talk about our friends with AV Consultations because we're getting close to the British Open. I watched the tournament this weekend.
Well, playoff yesterday, yeah?
Yeah. 5. How about going 5 holes?
Yeah, some rookie, some guy I'd never heard of ended up winning it.
Yeah, they had a round-shouldered dude that's 20 years old. That be careful. He's got to be careful. He doesn't get to be more than just round-shouldered. He's going to get round-bellied too. He's 20 years old.
I didn't watch that. I was too locked in on live golf this weekend.
Oh, jeez. Is that still going on?
That thing was in Dallas. Almost went. I thought about applying for a credential for TSU.
That thing was the music blaring and guys in shorts.
Oh yeah. They set an attendance record in Dallas this weekend.
Really?
Yeah. I think I saw 200 people attended on Saturday.
Oh my God.
I think it was 20,000 was the number, but it was a single day attendance record for live golf.
There we go. Got to come to Texas to break the record.
Bryson DeChambeau's team won the team title this weekend, but it was Fatty Reed, the Houston area native, who won the individual event for live golf. So paying my respects to the Saudis, Buck. Big fan of their work.
Just get their money.
That's the goal. That's why we're hyping them up so much. We're trying to get them as a sponsor on TSU. You know the deal. All right. AV Consultations, though, like you said, British Open coming up. We are 61 days away from Texas and Ohio State.
And we're playing some tennis now, too.
Yeah, Wimbledon today.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, there's still stuff going on. Obviously, baseball, if you're an Astros fan, you're enjoying what you're seeing. If you're a Rangers fan, you're not. But baseball's going on right now. You've got soccer, the Gold Cup. Nice win for Team USA yesterday.
Yes, it was.
MLS, if you're an Austin FC guy or gal, plenty of sports happening all year long. But obviously, you need to have your TV setup done for the fall because that's the best time of the sports year. Football's back. The NHL's back. The NBA's back. You get playoff baseball. It's all right around the corner, and you can get your TV setup done with the experts at AV Consultations. The Bucks got the 85-incher. I've got the 4 TV setup in the other room, the 2 TV setup in this one. If you want either of those, or if you want the home theater room with the badass surround sound, AV Consultations can make it happen for you. Just give them a call. 512-255-8678. That's 512-255-8678, or you can find out more online at avconsultations.com.
Sweet.
Yes, indeed. All right. Buck, an update on the New Orleans area prison escape. It's been a couple weeks since we talked about this. Quick refresher for everybody out there. Maybe you're new to the story. Back on May 16th, 10 fugitives escaped from the Orleans Justice Center jail in Louisiana, just outside of New Orleans. Going into the weekend, 8 of the 10 fugitives had been captured. Buck, leaving the weekend, 9 of the 10 have been captured. They caught another one as Antoine Massey was found on Friday after 6 weeks on the run.
South Austin, they found him.
They did not find him in South Austin. I got a couple of screen shares here because I figured you guys might want to see what Mr. Massey looks like. No, they did not catch him in Austin. That would have been, a lot tougher. This is Antoine Massey, by the way, for those of you tuned in on video platforms this morning.
Yeah, I'm going to remember that face for the rest of my life, period, right there.
Are those chess pieces tatted on his face? Is that?
Yeah.
Got a couple of rooks, and then you got a queen or a king?
Yeah.
On forehead and eyebrows?
Yeah.
Interesting.
I would remember that face from this point on.
Yeah, that's why I showed it. You're welcome for that. Buck, they found this dude in New Orleans.
What? Right there in New Orleans?
Right there in New Orleans, in the Holly Grove area. Shout out Lil Wayne. They found him in a Holly Grove neighborhood after U.S. Marshals were given a tip by somebody staying at an Airbnb on the street that he was at. Some Airbnb person, was renting out their Airbnb to a tenant. That's how it works. And they saw this dude walk in the streets, and they called the U.S. Marshals, and probably getting a nice chunk of change for turning him in, but they turned him in. Literally 6 weeks on the run, and he didn't even leave the freaking city.
That dude right there he'd been better off wearing a Batman costume.
Yeah, it's hard when you have those tats. It's hard to hide yourself. Here's a picture of him with U.S. Marshals, by the way, of him getting detained on Friday.
All that fun he's been having, now he's got to go back.
Yeah. Well, why didn't he try to leave?
He wanted to hang out at home. He wanted to hang out with his boys there.
They caught a couple of guys in Houston. I'll give those guys credit for at least trying to get out of there. I mean, Houston's not that far, but they caught him 4 or 5 days after, so it's hard to go super far in such a short amount of time. But yeah, this dude, look at his hair.
Nick Saban turned him in. The Verbo, Nick Saban turned him in.
Nick Saban called him in. Yeah, that's one of the rules at his house. You can't be a fugitive there. You can't. No fun, no fugitives.
No fun, no fugitives.
2 rules for the Saban household. But look at it. I mean, this guy's got a fresh. Look at those French braids. Those are fresh. This guy did not think he was going to get caught. He was he had just gotten a haircut.
How many weeks has he been gone?
May 16th was when they escaped, so 6 weeks.
Dude, I'd have been out of this country by then. What's wrong with him?
I would have been Morgan Freeman and Shawshank Redemption, right?
Gosh.
I'd have been in a different country by now. Well,
Of course.
I guess Red got released from jail. It was Dufresne who actually escaped and went across the country. But Buck, There's one guy left. That means the winner of the last man standing is Derek Groves. Still on the loose, a 4-time killer. That's why he was arrested. And he is out amongst the people somewhere.
Check that amusement park. Check all the amusement parks, and he's working as a carny. We'll maybe see him at the OU game.
That would be something if they caught Derek Groves at Texas OU at the state fair this year.
First of all,
if he makes it that far, that's impressive, right? That's because that's obviously a few months away, getting to mid-October. So if he gets to that point, then not bad. But yeah, if they catch him as like the bearded lady or something out there,
oh yeah,
guess your weight guy, then I don't know. I don't think he's done. If he's made it this far, he's not applying for jobs, right? That's the easiest way to get caught.
No, you can't.
Unless you have a fake identity that you've already created since getting out. But
you got to
if you're
sell a car, you got to be at a car lot selling cars or something. The
problem is everybody knows the name Derek Groves now. This has become like a national story that everyone's kind of paying attention to. So you can't go anywhere and say I'm Derek Groves. Then someone's going to call and it's like, wait, I get how much money if I turn this guy in? So hopefully for this dude's sake, he's out of the country right now. On some island.
Should be in Canada by now, upstate New York somewhere at the Niagara Falls.
How do you get up there, though? You can't buy a bus tickets. Right?
You can buy cash only.
But don't they ask for your ID for those things? No?
I don't think they have. Not a bus ticket. They don't care.
Okay. All right. Yeah, that's that's a lot of buses. That's big risk right there, though. Like, think about how many people travel on those buses.
Oh, they check the damn buses. You know they're looking for fugitives on buses.
Yeah, exactly. It's like even if they're not checking, there could be someone on the bus who's like, where have I seen
They don't necessarily have to be on the bus. They can be in there with their carry-on. They can be underneath the carriage.
Where have I seen this guy's face before? And then it's like, oh, you take a quick picture and then you like type it into Google and it's like, oh shit, it's that guy.
Will my watch do that too?
You can't take a picture, but you can call the cops on your watch, on your new Apple Watch. So there you go. Derek Groves, congratulations. The last man standing.
Last man standing. Wow.
Yeah, outlast Antoine Massey and the other 8 guys who have been caught and returned back to.
I can't believe Massey made it that far with all that stuff on his face.
I'm telling you, right? That's the easiest guy in the world to catch. All right, let's bring on a couple of crooks.
I got to get cranking. I got to get rehab.
Oh, all right, rehabber.
See you, boys.
Later, boys.
There he goes. All right, I'll stick around for a bit for a little crosstalk. Good morning, fellas.
What's up, bud? How are you? How was your weekend?
Weekend was good. Well, actually, the people have a question for you.
Sure.
We, you were familiar with the EA Sports college football video game franchise.
Sure.
So I can't remember if you guys have talked about this. If you did talk about it late last week, I apologize. But I think last week, EA Sports released its ratings for the game, for the 2026 game. And they ranked the top 10 overall schools. And Alabama's number 1 with an 89 overall rating. Texas is in a 7-way tie for second place.
How do you have a 7-way tie? Like, you can't.
How do you have Alabama 1?
No, but I'm just saying, like, you can't distinguish. You can't distinguish a variable, like, or just, fractional variables between 7 schools. You have to have a 7-way tie for the same strength. That just seems lazy.
That's a bad bit in itself. It almost feels like
terrible.
They're too scared. Like, if we have Texas,
somebody is afraid to make that move.
Of course, if we have Texas 1 point ahead of Ohio State and Ohio State beats Texas, then we're going to get dunked on. So let's just put them at the same rating and call it a day.
It's called agile methodology. You can adjust it each week. You just got to roll out a new patch, guys. Come on.
I know. So that's a new term for me. I shouldn't say I know, but I know they can edit.
Yeah, right. I'm like, what?
But that's the issue is, look, 7-way tie. All right. Here are 6 of the teams, Wags. Texas, Ohio State, Penn State, Notre Dame, Georgia, Clemson.
Penn State is not on the level of either. Penn State and Clemson are not on the same level of Ohio State and Texas. They're just not.
Well, let me tell you this. What about the 7th team? What if I told you who the 7th team was? You tell me if they're on the same level of even Penn State and Clemson.
Hold on. Give me the 6 again.
Texas, Ohio State, Penn State, Notre Dame, Georgia, Clemson. Those are 6 of the 7 that are tied with an 88 overall rating.
Or is Oregon the next one?
Oregon's an 86, but they're not a part of that tie. Oh, this is good. This is good. I'm glad you weren't listening when we talked about this. This is good.
I was, so I won't say.
That's why Double R, I know you were running the app, so I had a hunch you were tuned in. So I won't let you
guys. I've been getting my feet checked on today.
All right.
Ooh. A little OnlyFans action. Nice.
No, it feels like basically I have crevasses or cracks in my feet. It's so bad. They're that dry. It feels like glass. It feels like I'm walking on glass.
Oh man, I got some spray I'll give you, man. It'll fix that.
Yeah, that's that. It's not like I put every damn cream on in the damn, world on my feet or anything. But I'm sorry, BK. Go ahead. There you go. That'll work.
Some cream soda. Now you got to guess. Who's the 7th? It's not Oregon. Good guess, because they're right below all of these teams. It's off the beaten path a little bit, which is why the people have a problem with this game.
It's off the beaten path. Is it a Power 5?
Yeah, it is.
Okay.
It's a team that's going to be ranked to start the year, but like nowhere close to the top.
Michigan?
5, not Michigan.
Often beaten path. Often beaten path.
Mm-hmm.
Oklahoma?
Right track, but no.
Often beaten.
Texas Tech.
Nope. Closer.
A&M? Aggies? They do love them some little brother over there at EA. They love them some Aggieville.
They have A&M with the same ranking as Texas, Ohio State, Georgia, Penn State, all these other teams. A&M.
I should have guessed that number 1.
I don't know. Why would you have guessed that? They were 8-4.
They're not relevant. That's why they're not even in the conversation.
Right. They were 8-4. All of those other teams, those 6 other teams that are tied, made the playoff last year. A&M was 8-4.
Trying to sell some games, boys.
And got boat raced by Texas in Aggieville, in Bryan Stadium.
I don't know about boat.
Or in Bryan.
Yeah, we dominated that game. When the other coach says we got dominated.
They ran all over. They ran up and down the field. They ran up and down Kyle Field.
Yeah.
Texas just decided to throw a pick 6 instead of 24-0 to make it 17-7. That was the only points A&M scored. But when the other coach says we got dominated in the post-game presser, I'll call it a domination. That's fair. But yeah, A&M, and also the people have an issue. A&M is not top 10 in the offensive or defensive ratings here. So it's like, how are they a top 10 team? How are they tied with Texas at second if they're not even top 10? And I don't know.
How do they come up with these? How do they come up with these things? What
I see. This is where you have me at. I don't know where they come up with the value of each individual ranking. I would assume they take, strength of schedule, recruits coming in, recruits, going out. I assume they take all that into, consideration, right? I don't see how Texas A&M is even in the same I don't see how Penn State's even in the same conversation. Honestly, like BK, you guys just labeled or mentioned off playoff teams from last year. A&M, and we just A&M's just not one of them. It's weird, but there is a strong love for that crimson or that burgundy and white rather. Strong love for burgundy and white.
What were we gonna say, Double R?
I mean, I can get the Penn State and the Clemson. I mean, you look at that. I can see where that would be lumped in. You've got maybe the Heisman Trophy favorite, with Klubnik at Clemson, and then with Penn State. But yeah, the A&M thing is just totally like a blindside there. It's like, how do you put that in there? I mean, hell, put SMU in there instead. I mean, that would make more sense if you're looking back at records and playoff runs and such.
Was Notre Dame mentioned? I'm sorry, Yeah, Notre Dame is one of the other 6 schools.
Yes, Notre Dame, one of the 6 schools. Yeah. Every other school was like playoff team or conference champion from last year. Alabama being at number 1 is interesting, but it is Alabama. They got a ton of talent. So you see why they're in this discussion. I don't think they should be ranked ahead of a few of the teams they are ranked ahead of, but they're at least going to be a preseason top 10 team. A&M is not.
I'm honestly shocked they don't have Ohio State as number one. Like I really am. Like even though they lost Will Grier and they got to reload, like I'm shocked they don't.
Not Will Grier. Will Grier's.
Excuse me. Will Grier, the Mountaineer, baby. Will Grier. Yes, thank you.
Will Grier. Don't sleep on Will Grier. Right. Third string.
Hey man, he's a pro. He's going to be the best quarterback out of that draft. Just watch. It'll come to fruition one year.
Well,
bad news for Dak Prescott if that's the case.
He's got a great mentor. I'm going to help him out, right?
Joe Milton. Agreed.
Yeah. There you go.
Agreed.
There you go. Right there.
All right, guys.
Right
I will get out of y'all's hair. Hope y'all have a great day.
Hey, did you say Derrick Rose is that last criminal? Derrick Rose? Is that who?
Derrick Rose. Yes, Derrick Rose. He can't get very far on that ACL. So
right. We'll find him.
How's that rehab been coming along, bud?
I've seen. All right, boys. See y'all tomorrow.
Later, brother. There he goes. Here we are. It is Chaos Theory. Where are you? If you're out in your car, make sure you're mobile and listening to us on that Coda text line 512-222-9328. Again, 512-222-9328. Smash that subscribe button if you hadn't done so already. Hit us up on the socials, not the fake wags on Brand X for myself, and then the Rodney R for my partner in crime, and then also on InstaFace at _Rodney R. I'm on InstaFace at the Wagner Wire. Hey, what is up, everybody? Hopefully everybody had a happy weekend, man, and all of your Friday fruitions came, they came to fruition. All right, amigo, where do you want to go first, dude?
How are you doing with vacation prep mode? Because
vacation prep mode's good. I'm kind of so. Look, here's the thing, right? I'm a little stressed out, honestly. I've heard that Destin is a place where people are just on top of each other. The real estate on the beach isn't exactly wide and robust, so you're basically going to have people, invading your conversation on top of you, or if someone's smoking a cigarette, you're going to smell that shit.
It's very compact. I will tell you from when we were there.
So that is what I heard. I've heard there is a lot of people, right? A lot of energy. A little worried about that. Also a little worried about Bianca Rocky's going to be fine. I think Bianca will be fine once she's there, but this is a 12-hour trip and she's got to piss every 30 minutes.
Oh,
right. So yeah, and now when she's in her dog bed and when she's sleeping, she can sleep through the night. That's fine. But she just from habit, she's just driving herself.
How is she in cars? How is she in cars? Does she like to ride in cars, or is she kind of?
She loves being in cars, right? But here's
my knockout.
No, I know, but here's the thing: like she loves being in cars with her mom. That's the added variable. Okay, now mom is driving my son and my son's friend and the rest of the luggage.
Yeah.
Right. Or excuse me. I'm taking the luggage and the dogs. They are taking the food and the personnel. That's how we work logistics. But I don't know. I'm kind of stressed out, and now I'm worried that I won't have a weekend or I won't have like a vacation. I'll just have a stressful trip, right? And not be able to relax. I don't like all that. You know me, man. I like my privacy. I don't like people on top of me. I don't like people standing behind me, right?
Yeah.
And then also it's a nice place. It's a very nice place. It's just it's a mile away from the pool or a mile away from the beach, which that's not bad. We can walk that, but I heard, it's very hard to get around in Destin just because of how many people are usually there.
To walk.
It's gonna be 4th of July weekend, and I don't know how my foot's gonna be, within the next 4 days. But I'm not embellishing. It feels like I have glass in my foot when I walk down. My skin is that calloused and that hard that it cracks open. It's screw. Hopefully the dermatologist and podiatrist are able to take care of this stuff today and we get the right cream. But anyways, yeah. What are you guys doing for 4th of July?
I've got to work over the weekend, so we'll have Friday. Probably just stuff here. But the reason I was asking about Destin or about your vacation is because I see a lot of people on social media that are there, and I mean, again, it is a place that you want to go to, very family friendly. I mean, I will say that it's a very cool spot, and not like South Padre. When our kids were younger, if we were going to do something with Padre, we'd go to North Padre, north past Corpus, to kind of keep things tame. But the thing about that is, it's like when I go on a trip like that, and this is where I think a lot of times as the years pass, why my family didn't like traveling with me, because I'm very much like you, where I go someplace like that and I'm in a condo, I'm in a whatever, I want to go unplug.
I can hear everybody's conversation in the wall, not just on the beach, but like, I don't want to hear your conversation in the next room. Like, you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah. And it's like, I'm totally fine when I'm on vacation or taking time off, I should say, because I don't think we're ever on vacation. We're always doing something. You can't unplug completely. It's like, I want to go and I don't want to go where it's like, here's all the cool things we want to do. We want to go do this and this.
Yeah,
and this.
there's a checklist, right?
Yeah. It's like, check out all these cool things. I'm like, a cool thing for me is sitting out on the patio and just listening to the water, if at all possible. That's what I want to do. So that's why a lot of times my family's like, we don't need to go to a beach thing because you won't go anywhere. I'm like, yeah, I want to lock myself in a room like I do here. I just want to do it somewhere else.
Also, too, like, my wife can go to the beach. And from what I heard too with Destin, because there's lack of real estate, you really do have to get there like 6:30 or 7 in the morning, just whenever sun's coming up. My wife is fine with that. Okay, she can be at the beach from sun up to sundown. She can pack a couple of snacks or whatever. She is cool with leaving her shit right there on the beach around everybody. Right, like everybody's watching it for him, and everyone's gonna have the dignity and decency to not go through your stuff, right? And the integrity of not invading your stuff, right? She believes in everybody that they're just a great individual soul. It's the beach vibe. It's the beach culture. People just leave their stuff here, Adam. You're going to be fine. I can't do that. I go down to the water, and I keep looking back like I'm losing my kid. Basically, that's just my phone, right? If I don't have my phone with me, I feel like somebody's always going to take it. And she's just cool with like leaving everything there, because everyone else apparently does that too. Not me. Maybe I should just honestly leave the damn phone at the house, Rodney. But again, then I can't. I don't know. You're supposed to detach, but also like when you have an 18-year-old rolling around at a beach with his friend, you need to have your lifeline or his lifeline on you at all times so that he can make the call. So I don't know. I like obviously I need to unwind, right?
Yeah, no. Yeah. It's
like, how in the hell can you unwind, when I don't know. I can't detach. I can't let go at the beach, and I don't want somebody breathing down my neck or pissing on me. I don't know. Maybe I'll meet some nice people.
Yeah, no, it'll be good. It'll be good. It'll be crowded, but I mean, people are wanting to go there, so not a bad thing. The drive will be nice. I mean, it's a nice drive once you get through Louisiana, and you'll enjoy that part. Anybody going to see Willie back in Austin this year? All the way. So that brings up a good question, and I heard the guys talking about that this morning. Did you see, Wags, the Frank Saravalli text, or Saravelli, whatever his name is, covers the NHL, about that possibility seriously about Austin being in consideration for an NHL franchise?
I did not see this.
They have apparently someone in the Austin area, because expansion is imminent, I guess we would say, with them in the next couple of years. And there have been cities that have obviously that have interest in it. And
wait, I heard Austin mentioned, but I did not see it finalized. Like, what are you reporting? Where are you seeing this?
It's something. It was on X, on Brand X on Saturday. Frank Saravelli, very, NHL guy.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, the guy reports it. Atlanta, Houston, Indianapolis, New Orleans were in the mix initially, but apparently somebody or some group from Austin has expressed interest and contacted or in some form or fashion made it known that Austin would be interested in hosting or obtaining expansion for an NHL franchise. And, Sark was talking about last week when he talked about how this program has turned around and talking about, what's to come. One of the things he mentioned is the lack of a professional team. And I know we have Verde. And I know that we have, the different things. And I know that becomes whatever. But when you start talking NHL, that's, one of the core four, I guess, if you want to call it.
For sure. I'm not seeing anything on this.
Yeah, it was Saturday where that came out. I saw it reported on the Statesman Twitter X handle as well.
Oh, on Twitter. Okay.
Yeah. So, but I mean, when it comes from a source like that, I mean, it's definitely not something that I would bring up if it was like, Joe Henry 867, that just says, oh, hey, Austin's in the mix. But you think about that, and I think Austin would be a great. Houston is the big caveat in this, to where as big as Houston is, and they have wanted this apparently for a long, long time. But I think Houston is very saturated with professional franchises, and I think Austin, I just with everything that Austin is, I really think Austin could handle this, and I think Austin would be a really good destination. I think. I mean, it would totally put hockey in a different environment. Obviously not what Vegas is, but I think it would add a really cool outlet if this were to happen. And again, this is years off. We don't know that, but it's just an interesting little piece when you see that, and it's from somebody that is actually in the know and may have an idea of what's really going on.
Yeah, I'm still looking for it. I still can't find anything on it. That would be wild. Like, so I don't know. I heard you say Indianapolis too, right? And I'm with Jake here. Like they need to chill out with the damn expansions, or bring the Thrashers back. I can get behind that too. But yeah, like I'm cool with the amount of teams that are in the NHL, right? As there are right now. But Indianapolis would be a really cool like scene, or not just because the Pacers are doing their thing and have their vibe right now too. But besides Indianapolis, I guess maybe I'm with Jake and bringing back the Thrashers. I would like to see Atlanta have another team again.
Yeah, and Indy is another one of those towns where we talk about with the Pacers, because you've got the Pacers and you've got the Speedway, and kind of like San Antonio, where it's like with them, you've got the Spurs, and that's it. The Spurs control everything that happens in that town. They're about to revamp downtown because the Spurs need an arena downtown. So those cities right there. But when it comes to Austin, our man Tom McKay checks in on the Coda text line. Dallas, the Stars ownership would never allow it to pass. And that's kind of the question, where it's like, how do the Stars, or how does that?
He's talking about Texas Stars, or also maybe Dallas Stars too. I mean, the entire organization from Dallas down to the Texas Stars.
And what would happen to the Texas Stars? I mean, obviously, I don't think you could have the affiliate of the Dallas Stars in Austin if you had the Austin Ice Bats, which I said this morning would need to be the name of the franchise if that happened. But then where do you play? I mean, you can't do it at the HEB Center. To me, that's entirely too small. I don't know where you do this. And to the point why I brought that up, because where we're talking about Del Valle, you look at Coda, you look at everything that's happening out there. Now you've got an amusement park. There's different plans that are being thrown around about what could be there. You could build an arena out there. I don't know, with the Tesla influx out there on the tollway, if that would be the spot, but people don't. It's like with Coda, when people say it's 25 minutes from downtown. No, it's not. It's 25 minutes from downtown when there is nobody else on those freaking highways.
It's an hour when there's people there. So
yeah. So I mean, where do you do this? Is the other part. I don't know. I mean, obviously for me, Coda is the spot. You have the room, but I think people just don't want to go to Del Valle, because I say it's in Del Valle. When I talk about the U.S. Grand Prix, I'm like the U.S. Grand Prix of Del Valle, not Austin.
I'm good with passing on the hockey team.
Yeah,
right. I think I'm good with not having a professional hockey. I'm good with not having a professional basketball team here. The professional soccer team is different because I guess Longhorns have women's soccer, but they don't have men's soccer for college sports. So I was fine with seeing, and also there's been soccer here in Austin before anyway. So I don't know if I don't think I would embrace professional hockey because, and Tom brings up a good point already. Like, there's so much invested into the Texas Stars here too. Like, I already feel like that's our team.
Yeah,
like it would be weird to welcome a second team into a city that really isn't that big and it's known for its intimacy.
And it's to me the very same feel with the Round Rock Express, to where it's like, when you talk about a Major League Baseball team or whatever, I would say if you're going to have a Major League Baseball team in this area, it would need to be out in New Braunfels or Shirts or one of those spots, just because logistically, kind of the pinpoints you can hit from everywhere. And it's, a little bit further away from Houston and Dallas, kind of further down south, and you'd have a Mexican influence that would just be amazing. I think with the Express, it's very much, and it really matters not the affiliate, it seems like. Even when it's the Astros or the Rangers, you seem to have people that are there all the time. They're bought into season tickets. You've got the Ryan Sanders part of all of that, and that's really our local team. So when people say Austin doesn't have
Ryan Sanderson, that's my Vince Scully there, or my Harry Carey rather.
Pro franchises, you kind of do. I mean, they're not NHL.
He would say Ryan Sandberg's name wrong every time. Ryan Sanderson.
Yeah,
sorry, I had to get that out. My bad.
No, it's and yes, I mean, Austin does have the pro sports team, and it is definitely the Longhorns, and this is why I go back to. We talked about this several months ago, and Fran Harris and a group are looking to do WNBA. Do that here and play at the Mood. That would fit well here. I think that would fit well. That's our WNBA Monday moment. And
there we go.
WNBA
Monday.
There it is.
I like it. Shouldn't we? I think we should save it for Hump Day on Wednesday because
the W
and the W, but.
We'll take that up. We'll take that up on.
But I'm with you guys too here. We are only 1 month away from football, guys. 1 month away. Bear with it. You were doing so. You guys are enduring so well. Keep it up. We're with you guys. Reach out. We have lifelines if you need us. 512-222-9328. Go ahead and call us if you need somebody to talk to. We're here for you.
That's right.
But you're doing great. You're getting through it. Everybody's getting through it in this sports club. Congratulations.
Yeah. Well,
you want to go first, partner?
To button that up, and we do have the gamblers. I mean, our man JJ Gotts. We've talked to him.
Yes, we do. Yes, we do.
I think a lot of folks where it's like Austin doesn't have any major thing. You've got Formula One, and good call, CB. That movie is very good.
I want to go. I almost went last night at like 10:30 to go see that damn thing.
It's good, dude. I will tell you. I thoroughly enjoyed that. You have NASCAR that comes here. You have lots of things. It's just not the Dallas Cowboys or the Texas Rangers, or you don't have any of that here. But no way this market supports an NHL team. I beg to differ. I think that with the MLS team.
My point. I think they're already supporting an NHL team. They're already supporting the Stars. Whether you think the Texas Stars, whether it's AHL or NHL, it's still the organization of the Stars, right? Just because it's in Dallas doesn't mean it's not a professional team. It trickles down. Same with the Rangers, right? The Rangers, have Round Rock baseball here too. So, I think that's my point. I couldn't welcome in another professional baseball team here for that matter, right? We're just Austin's too much of an intimate. I say town, but it is a city. Of course, it's a city. It's so small of a city to where I just don't think another professional sports team, or maybe it would, but I'm associating all of our professional sports with the Longhorns, with the burnt orange. So I don't know, and also you guys know me. I'm very comfortable with what we have here. I'm sure there's enough people here and enough love for sports that another team wouldn't hurt anything. More sports is probably great. I don't know how much it would be able to continue, or at least for hockey's matter. I don't know how much they'd be able to get behind a new team with how much love that's already been displayed, or it's just in everybody's house, which is the Texas Stars. Like we're Washington Capitals fans, and we still have Texas Stars jerseys in the closet. Like that's
Yeah.
it's our town club. And I don't, being a transplant, I don't know if I could root for another professional club other than Dallas outside of the West. And I know I'm kind of cheating here by picking two teams and Washington in the East. But ultimately, when it comes down to it, we go with the Caps. I'm just saying I do love the green, black, and white when we're rooting for the West.
I've been asked a lot of times if, like, let's say San Antonio got an NFL team, if I would go support the San Antonio, whatever they'd be called. And the answer is no, because for Dallas is my team, and I'd rather drive 3.5 hours to Arlington to go watch the Cowboys. And plus, both of them are probably going to cost enormous amounts of money to go to, and I can stay here with my AV consultation set up and watch it here and have cheaper beer, better food, and much better view. So I don't know, man. There again, this is all preliminary. It's just a report. It just seems something that is halfway valid. So anyway, we'll see. Something to follow as we continue moving forward. Also,
I don't think an NFL team would work in San Antonio either.
The Cowboy influence, no. Because of the
not
Cowboys.
even and the Texan influence, right? Like remember how hard it was for the Texans to get their mojo going. And Houston's a football town. It was still tough.
That's bitter Oilers fans. That's Bud Adams' fault.
Okay,
yeah, you applaud everything that the Texans organization has done, but that's just Houston sports fans aren't loyal either. It's like we don't care. So they're in a good spot right now with the Astros, doing great. And the Rockets, what's going to happen there? The Texans, they'll win the South. So it's a good time for that. But the Houston-Austin NHL thing would be curious to see. So anyway, we'll keep tabs with that. Covert Bee Cave, not immediately in the Austin area, but when we talk about Austin, we're talking about areas in and around our fair North and South Austin. You got South Austin, you got North Austin, then you got the rest of us. Covert Bee Cave out in beautiful Bee Cave, covertbeecave.com. Check out the weekly specials online. How about some testimonials from satisfied Covert Bee Cave customers?
It's really a family experience. I walked in the showroom today and everybody greeted me by name. How are you doing? What's going on? How's everything going?
From a price standpoint, from a customer service perspective, just conversation when you come in, it feels no pressure. I want to buy cars here.
The family buying car experience, one of the best that you will ever have.
Come and experience it for yourself.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
That's right. Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever. Check them out at covertbeecave.com. Also want to talk about our friends over at McCall Custom Homes. If you're looking for that summertime remodel project, number one, if you're looking for a summertime remodel project, I highly recommend that you reach out to McCall Custom Homes right now, because summertime is here. I know the outside temperatures are definitely giving that great vibe. Went out and shot a quick 9 yesterday morning, and I was feeling the heat by the time I was done around midday. Let me tell you, friends. 512-633-9580. That is our man, Mike McCall. McCall Custom Homes, ATX.com. Check them out for that renovation project. Or if you are looking to do a new build, which again, before you decide to do a new build, be sure and do your homework there. If you're sitting on a home with a lot of value and equity, it may be something that you just want to do a really cool project on. And continue to add value to it. And that's what happens with McCall Custom Homes. They build value into your home, whether it's a kitchen remodel, an outdoor project, a master bathroom, a master bedroom, or you're looking to add a man cave. You're looking to get the Tom McKay system in, and you want to outfit your room and transform it into something else. McCall Custom Homes can do that for you. Check them out today. McCall Custom Homes, ATX.com. For over 40 years, a father and son, starting out, staying local right here in Central Texas. It is McCall Custom Homes, ATX.com.
Look at you out here on the tour, man. Playing golf. What's gotten into you, dude? You just swinging the wrenches every damn day now?
Yeah, and this was the wife was like asking me the other day. She's like, "What's with the golf?"
You're gonna get a new set. You're gonna get a new set clubs.
Oh, I have. So anyway,
wait, hold on. You got a new set?
I got them once I decided that I was going to start playing, and it's a very economical.
How long ago was this?
Cheap set. About 5 rounds ago. Yeah. So, anyway.
When you got invited onto that damn tour,
I went and played. So the timing, here's the true story. So let's have some deep thoughts right here.
And now deep thoughts.
So as many of you know, all of my years of doing race announcing and doing all the different things, I legitimately made a decision at the end of last year that I wasn't going to be traveling around doing car racing. I wasn't going to do broadcasting and do PA and do all these different things. Well, then I wound up, with the job where I do have to travel. But when I'm not traveling, and even when I'm traveling, I have all of this energy that I've been throwing into car racing for the last 40 years. What do I do with it? It's like I need to go out and be competitive doing something. Because even in broadcasting, even in what we're doing here, we want to have a really good show. And you and I are very competitive because we want to have the best freaking show we can have. It's like I get out and I'm like, I have to compete at something. So I'm competing with myself to become a better golfer. And kind of crazy, but it keeps me young. You know what I mean?
I dig it. I mean,
I love it,
I'm the same. I'm a very Rodney. I throw a controller down if I don't finish, first place in a shooter game. You know what I mean? In a video game. So I understand completely. I get it.
We can call it a midlife crisis. No, I'm post midlife, but you know what?
No. I think I'm going through a midlife crisis too. I just bought a pool. So
well, you know what's sitting over there next to my PlayStation 5 that came in the middle of last week. You know what's sitting over there?
What?
A pedal and wheels for when I'm racing.
Oh, like an extension, like an adapter?
Not a fancy one. It's a wheel and pedals now.
You are crazy. What is Tracy? Tracy's allowing this? You don't know.
We'll find out.
No,
we'll find out when the bill shows up, buddy.
Yeah, you're gonna find out. Dude, that's kind of what I did. I just went ahead and bought the damn VR headset, right, and then kind of got a couple of smacks upside the head. And then we kind of made up about, I kind of, smoothed it over and whispered sweet nothings in her ear when we were in Costa Rica. So that helped a little bit. Thank you, Tom, for the assist on that bad boy. But no, sometimes we need our toys, man. So yeah, like I go out and I play golf almost every other day. Well, I don't go out, but in this, look behind me. Here's my 18 holes right here. Right, yeah. I play virtual putt. Well, I guess it's par 3, not putt, but still.
Well, I got to tell you, I mean, playing all that PGA 25 and watching Keith Sunset over here learn to become a pro, it's actually like watching him. I mean, that dude has great form, and I'm like, okay, I need to rotate hips and do all that. So it's like it's helped. So it's just, I don't know, old man syndrome. I don't know.
So you guys, Steven Delgado says, "What's up, Gran Turismo?" Yeah, Gran Turismo is a fantastic. Gran Turismo 7 is great for PlayStation. Rodney, you should try Gran Turismo 7. Honestly, when next time you're looking to buy a game or whatever, check that out. But also, and I'm not just toting it because it's EA, but EA does not miss with this game. Like Gran Turismo is the OG of racing games, but F1, EA's F1,
that's the next one on the list.
Each year they put it out. It is fantastic, man. And it's VR compatible. Ooh. So like you're essentially the hands of the steering wheel, you're holding it and you sit in this chair that I'm in and you sit back and you go to town and you race, man. It's fantastic. It's pretty awesome. It's badass. I don't know. You look at the smile on my face now. You should see the shit-eating grin when I have when I'm racing this damn thing, because it does capture your other camera too, right? Like if you have a webcam, of course I have a webcam. You guys are seeing me, but it actually takes pictures of your face while you're driving and shit. So yeah, you get to see see your dumbass
Well,
open your mouth.
the pedals in the wheel, it came about because the only racing game I have right now, I think it's like NASCAR Ignition 21. So I've kind of sat there and gone to try to figure out how to do whatever, but I've been using the controller. And the other day I was sitting there playing and I was like in the hunt, I'm at a better level at this point, and I'm like in the hunt to win a race like at Dover or some shit. And I'm trying to work the little knob or whatever. And like, I swear I didn't move it in the wrong direction and the car crashed or whatever. And I did the wags. I'm like, fuck, dude. I threw the controller down.
Smash it down.
Came straight over. 5 minutes later, wheels and pedals on the way. So, yeah, that's call it what you want. I just call it being competitive.
Yeah, for sure. We're in a very crazy simulated world as it is too. I usually go in my augmented world because I don't want to deal with assholes outside. In reality, it's not that I'm afraid to embrace the outdoors. I go outside, I ground, I walk in the grass and play in the grass, roll around in the grass with my dogs. But usually that's the extent of it. I'll come. I have jobs and chores that I have to do all around the town.
Yeah,
I'm outside all the time. Sometimes I don't want to be around the public. Well, I don't know what to tell you. I like my privacy, man. I like my privacy.
I do too, man. And kind of what
I'm a very shy guy. You know what? The people don't think that about me, but outside of here, I'm a very shy person. Like you really do have to come up to me because I'm so shy to go up to you and say hi. I've always been like that. I don't know why. I just am. I'm very in my box. I'm not as open as people think I am.
Code to text line, Rodney, you should have played in the Watermelon Thump golf tournament. I tried. I tried to get a team together.
Did you not register?
Well, I needed a team. I guess I could have just registered myself, but I'm very much at a point where I kind of want to play with people I know. I mean, I'm getting better, but at the same time, I'm like, okay, I need people around me that I know.
Yeah. Are you cool with being a fifth in someone's scramble? Can you do that? Can you just go up to a golf course and be a single and just walk onto somebody's group?
I will gladly play anywhere as long as I'm that guy that just you need that dude to be on the team. I will totally do that.
I can do it, but that's tough for me. It is very tough for me. That is a feat in itself. And you'd think like people like us that are able to just have conversations with everybody, right, on via the internet or via terrestrial radio. You'd think that we'd be open and decent at glad handing and meeting people. I do it when I'm doing it. It flows, right? It really does. But it's the buildup. It's the anxiety of getting there. Man, I hope I don't make an ass of myself.
I know. It's like when you tee off on number one, it's like this is going to set the tone of the day.
Right. Like I hope I don't put this thing in the woods, or I hope I get it past the ladies' tee. Right. No, seriously, like that's the shit that goes on through my head. Like when I'm with strangers and people that don't know me, I put so much pressure on my swing. I just do. I hope I don't make an ass of myself on the box. And slow up everybody's game. When I'm with people I know, I'm more calm, I'm more relaxed, and I can get in my game. It's like the effing Nellers. Tell them, Tom, the Nellers, sitting there playing Journey and shit and ruffling my feathers up because I unzipped a thing. I don't know. People like that ruin golf for me. There you go. There's my rant. There's my Monday rant.
And my part of playing with dudes, at least that you somewhat know or have a relationship with, is you can kind of walk up, and if you're the player D or E or whatever the hell you are, you can be like, seriously, I'm not that great. I'm going to possibly top a golf ball. I'm probably going to slice, whatever. And they'll know that's a true thing. But you get with strangers, you tell them that, and they're probably like, yeah, sure, whatever. I don't believe that shit. And then you do it and they're like, this dude sucks.
No, usually like I can tell too. Like I'll look at your clubs.
Oh yeah.
Not like a club snob or anything, but if you have custom clubs,
yeah,
I'm deducing that you're pretty good, right? Like you're not gonna spend that much money on custom clubs if you can't swing it consistently, if you can't ball straight consistently. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So, did you see those guys this weekend? When you want to talk about golf tournaments, like when you go play in a 4-man scramble and the score is minus 22 or 22 under. Did you see them this past week? That 5-hole playoff yesterday, like 22 under par in Detroit. Gee,
Great. Where they going this way? I didn't see Detroit's tournament. Where Illinois, I think.
I'm not sure where the next one is, man, but it was like 22 under, and these dudes yesterday, who ended up winning that? It was like a 20-year-old
John Deere Classic in Illinois.
John Deere Green, Port Geiger or some shit like that. I don't even know what the dude's name is. 20-year-old guy. These guys, 5-hole playoff wags, and like multiple. There were 3 guys going into this playoff. These guys couldn't putt to save their ass. I'm like, now that looks like me.
Driving's for show, putting's for dough, amigo.
Oh, and these guys, I'm like, okay, this looks makeable. And no,
I can't putt to save my ass though. I really can't. I had Tom, like, and this is no embellishment, no bullshit. McKay is literally like reading the green for me and telling me to hit the ball here, showing me, hit the ball where the line is, because each or most balls have the putting line, right? Like, you can line your ball up here to go that way. If you hit it here, it's going to go in. Rodney, I can't putt to save my ass. I just can't. Usually, like, I look at the hole and I pray. I underswing all the time because I'm afraid I'm going to send it launch. I'm just going to send it off the other green. I don't know my own strength. I don't know my own swing yet. I just need more reps and more practices, or more practice rather, on the green. Honestly, dude, me being in the 90s right now, if I worked on my short game and worked on my putting, I'd probably break 80. No bullshit. Yeah. Or I'm sorry, not 80. I'd probably break 90. I'd probably get in the 80s. Right? I think I could take a couple of strokes off my game if I really worked on my putting. Problem's just time. It's being able to get out there and dedicate yourself. And augmented reality, virtual reality isn't going to do it because it doesn't help you see the greens. It doesn't help you read the greens, right?
Yeah.
Or get the speed of the greens, angle of the greens, and just the breaks on everything too. Pin placements, knowing pin placements. That stuff adds up, man. You see all these pros, they got black books on each course. You know what I mean? Based off of how stuff breaks. That they have taken and written stuff down, man. Positive mental notes that they have taken.
And that's the hard part when you get out there. It's like there are so many mental things. Like if you sit there and you watch, swing videos and you read different things, and boom, there you are. And it's like, okay, I need to think about this swing. And then the one where it gets really confusing to me is like, because I'm still very new at this, to where you get out on the course and you land it in the fairway, and you're 150 yards out, and it's like, okay, which club do I use? Do I use
9? I'm usually a 9 iron from 150.
And that's the other part where it's like, I'm going to just grab the one that I think I need to grab and swing it, hopefully the right way, and see how close it gets. But so yes, very long story. That's why I'm doing that, because I
actually from 150, I'm like a 7.
Nice.
150, yeah. I'm like a 7.
Yeah, the whole thing is really the swing, and to like yesterday, for example, the last time that I had been out, I was very good with driver, as they say. I was great with the driver, good with the driver. The iron game was not very good, and so I was focusing to get my iron game better. I go out and the driver's fucking horrible for the first 5 holes, and the irons are great. So which.
It has, sometimes you just got a rut in your swing, or a quirk in your swing, and then it just comes through, or maybe your blade, like your blade heading it, or you're not holding your club grip, or your club face rather is just too open, and you're just blading the damn ball with your irons. Usually I'm pretty on. Usually my ball striking with the irons are pretty legit. I'm not that great out of the trap with sand wedges. I'm just not. Like, I try and overhit with the sand wedge and think that it's going to go way farther than it's not. So I kind of, like, even though I'm overhitting, like I usually pull back, and then I'm hitting too far behind it. So I'm way in my head when I'm in the sand, right? I also don't know how it's going to play. I don't know if the sand's going to be too rough. I guess the drier the sand, the more you got to, or the heavier you got to hit it. the harder you got to hit it, I guess.
Yeah.
But yeah, all these notes, it's you're playing the course, not the other person, right? Like you have to know this stuff. And if I had this game down, if I had these little quirks down, there's a really good chance that I could sharpen up my game, man. Like there's stuff to be fixed, of course, right? When you're in the 90s, there's a lot of things in your game that you can fix.
We'd be like Mike McCall if all this was figured out. And Rob, yes, I mean that was the thing yesterday, to where one part of the game
play, huh? You're not bullshitting like Mike, because he's coming over here Wednesday. I'm going to talk to him about it.
Get some stories from him. I heard it firsthand myself with my one good ear and my bad one.
You know what? That's what we should do. The three we should get out there. We find ourselves a fourth, and
I ain't going to play with that dude.
I will. Hell, dude, you don't want to be the best golfer in your group. You always want to be, either in the middle of the pack, 2 or 3. That way that you can pick up a pointer and still look somewhat decent, right?
Yeah, the dude I played with in Dallas at that TMS children's charity thing, he's like, "Oh, I'm pretty good." Same thing. That dude rolled up with these ping clubs. I'm like, "Holy shit!" I'm like, I've never seen those before. He tees off, and it sounded like a bomb exploded. I'm like, "Oh, let me grab at the time. Let me grab my Wilson driver and come up and try to see what I can do about that." But yeah, Rob, great point. I mean, that was the thing yesterday. One part of the game sucked. The other was really good. By the time I got to the end of the round, both were working in unison, and just another positive day. So always a positive day out on the golf course. Friends, there's a new lawyer in town. When that storm hits, man, if you're out on the golf course and something attacks you, you call Hurricane Hecht, unless it's the cart girl. Then you don't call Hurricane Hecht. That's Ryan Hurricane Hecht, your go-to personal injury attorney right here in Austin. He's a proud Texas Longhorn fighting for fellow Texans. Ryan's not just a lawyer. He's been fighting for justice and big results for over a decade. Here's the best thing about it, guys. I was actually watching this morning, and I saw 5 or 6 different of those people on TV that make all these promises. If they get your case, Hurricane Hecht, you don't pay unless you win. That's right, friends. No fees unless Hurricane Hecht gets money in your pocket. He's aggressive in court, but compassionate with clients. Austin-based, Texas proud. Friend of the show, friend of BK. I heard BK say this morning that he might be on Bucky and BK here, maybe some advice and just kind of really cool stuff to hear. That's the cool thing about here with TSU. You get to hear different things. We talk sports all the time, but you do hear about different things. Personal injury attorneys, especially Ryan Hurricane Hecht, would be something really cool to hear. Ryan's the real deal, smart, tough, and relentless. Don't let those big insurance companies push you around, because that's going to be the first call you get. Ready to settle. Call Hurricane Hecht today at 512-938-8929. You can also email him at ryan@hechtlawfirm.com. That's Ryan at HECHT lawfirm.com. Be sure and tell him that the dudes over at Texas Sports Unfiltered sent you over.
Do you have that breaking news sounder?
Oh, yeah. Hang on one second here. Let's give it a find. Let's give it a find. Breaking news. Breaking news.
Hit it, amigo.
Hold on. Okay.
Jesus Christ, Rodney.
Oh, here we go.
It ain't breaking news, but you got to dig for it.
Whoa.
Jalen Ramsey traded. Jake, thanks for the nugget there. I saw your comment in the chat channel. I had to dig and make sure that this was legit. Adam Schefter reporting, I guess ESPN sources telling him Miami Dolphins have agreed to trade 3-time All-Pro cornerback Jalen Ramsey to the Pittsburgh Steelers. Whoa. As part of the trade, Ramsey will get $1.5 million raised this season, bringing his 2005 compensation up to $26.6 million. Steelers get their man. Ramsey gets another raise. What do the Steelers get in return? This is what I need to look up here. What was the return on the return on investment for the Dolphins here?
I'm telling you, here's the point when it comes to that. I say that it does appear that it's going to be very much. They're going to be as all in as possible. I mean, you make the Aaron Rodgers move, and then you're bringing this guy in.
But that's just it, brother. How all in can you be with Aaron Rodgers?
That's right? Yeah. I mean, you're trying to build around
a
guy.
Ceiling, or don't you have a cap? on your limit, or you have limitations on your ability to win with Aaron Rodgers at this point? Like that is a serious liability and concern.
If this guy goes in and makes the locker room toxic, which I don't know if he'll do it directly or indirectly, just because of the way that he is. It's really funny to see them making these moves here, because I just would have done it with a different centerpiece, because I don't see Aaron Rodgers as a centerpiece. He strung you along all this time. You can say that he was your last choice, he was your whatever, but Wags, I know that he's kind of playing the part right now, but when this dude shows up for a intro press conference, or shows up at OTAs or whatever the hell that was, wearing a wedding ring, oh, by the way, I got married, he's putting the spotlight on him once again, because it's all about him. And when things go bad, I think the first 4 games are a little more favorable for Pittsburgh, but when things go bad, who's going to get thrown under the bus? And if he starts leaning on the defense, this is not a guy you want to throw under the bus right here, Jalen Ramsey.
I don't know what's going to happen when it gets colder weather too. I mean, things are going to stiffen. Not that he's not prone to playing in cold weather. He's done it in his entire career, but still, I don't know. I just don't think it's going to work, man. I do not think it is going to work. I'm trying to find updates from Texas State, seeing that they accepted. I can't find.
Done deal. Yeah.
Do you see it?
The meeting was this morning. I actually just got a text from somebody very much in the know down there, and it looks like it has been approved, or has been voted upon, and the move will happen.
Well, if it's all up to Texas State accepting it at this point, right? If they accept the invitation and say, yeah, we will, join the Big 12, then there you have it.
Pac-12.
I wish Pac-12. Thank you. I did that the last time too. That's a big move for them.
I think so too. I think so too. I have a lot of friends on both sides with Texas State and UTSA. And the whole thing is they had to get this done today, because the thing is, if it went to July or beyond July 1st, the buyout, I think, to get out of the conference they're in was going to go from 5 to 10 million. So it's like this thing got very expedited. And when people were like, "Why, man, this happened fast," it's like, well, hell yeah. If you were on the hook for $5 million more, I think you'd put a priority on it also and kind of try to push it through. But no, I think that's a great move for them. I mean, it's a program on the up, a couple of winning seasons. You won a bowl game. UTSA, that rivalry, that thing there. Well, UTSA should go with them. I don't think the Pac-12 has contacted the UTSA Roadrunner program. I don't think they want them in there.
Right. Right. Not yet. I mean, not just yet. So I did see this from Adam Schefter. Steelers traded 3-time All-Pro Mika Fitzpatrick in exchange for Jalen Ramsey. A very rare player-to-player trade indeed. My goodness. I would have kept Mika Fitzpatrick, honestly, but that's just my opinion there.
Yeah, I mean, but for Ramsey, I mean, that's a great ad right there when you add a multiple-time Pro Bowl player.
I don't know. Maybe they're thinking, I don't know. They still got to pay. They got to pay $26 million regardless. But yeah, what's your thoughts getting the ad? You rather have Ramsey over Mika Fitzpatrick?
I think it's an upgrade. Yeah, I think it is definitely an upgrade. I just go here's where Fitzpatrick. This is where I see that Ramsey and Aaron Rodgers could have some sort of not meeting of the minds. And these are guys that you have on different sides of the ball. You've got all pro players that are going to come together here. And obviously Jalen Ramsey is not the headstrong head case that Aaron Rodgers is. But I think this is where you get some of that locker room tension depending on how the season goes. And for Mike Tomlin, you've got to handle a couple of professional egos right here. So how does he handle this situation now that you've got another headstrong guy in there? And I think it's a great move for Miami. I mean, Miami's like, okay, you're saving money, you're bringing in a younger dude. So for Miami, the move is great. I just don't know about Pittsburgh, man. If Aaron Rodgers wasn't there, I'd be a little more optimistic for Pittsburgh. Not that I want them to.
Should
do
we
well.
save strength of schedule for tomorrow?
Yeah.
Because I have some pretty extensive things to talk about for
Yeah.
strength.
Yeah. I kind of touched on it there, and I was like, well, I need to hold off. That's why I just kind of left it alone. But because that's going to be the key here for Pittsburgh. Obviously, the results. What's the ceiling for this team? I've heard some insiders say, well, if they win a playoff game, that's great. No, it ain't. You want to get to a Super Bowl. Winning a playoff game is just the first road in getting to that ultimate goal. But yeah, let's hold that for another time. Tomorrow.
So okay, all right, yeah. I was getting ready to just dive into it and tease it and just give you a little taste, give you just the tip of it. But
I'll go ahead.
I can hold.
Yeah.
I can hold.
Yeah.
I can hold.
Wags,
what do you got? What else is on the slate that you want?
Before we get out of here, LeBron, done.
I saw this.
Yeah.
1 year. This is going to be his bit from here. He's going to be the ultimate rental piece, right? The ultimate rental piece, dude. 1 year. Is this record breaking? 54 million? Is that what I saw?
52.6.
52.6. Thank you.
Yeah. And the whole thing is
52.6 million to rent this guy.
And it's like, but he's monitoring the moves that the Lakers are making.
Okay?
Yeah.
It's his show. It's his show, buddy.
Yeah. But when
you had to know, like, when he opted out, when Shams reported that he opted out of his extension or whatever, you had to know that he was probably going to come back to LA anyways, right? Like, after all the moves that LA just made with the front office and the buses selling, and not that there was any bad blood with him and the bus family, but just knowing that the new kind of the new vibe and the new way that the Lakers are going to start going now with being very aggressive in buying free agents and enticing free agents to come back and be the Showtime Lakers again. You had to know that LeBron wanted to be there for that wave, right? You had to know that he was going to be coming back. He just didn't want to be inked to a multi-year deal. He don't want to be anchored down, right? He wants that rental money, baby, that 52 million money. Unbelievable, insane.
And this is where, I mean, when Rich Paul says we are very appreciative of the partnership that we've had for 8 years with the Lakers and consider the Lakers as a crucial part of his career. And again, that's probably just something that's dropped there for all of us to talk about. LeBron knows the Lakers are building for the future. He understands that, and he values a realistic chance of winning it all. They're not going to win it all. I'm sorry. You can't. I don't think you can do it that fast. But the whole thing is you've got your new franchise guy there. I mean, is that not enough? Maybe it is. Maybe I'm reading into all this wrong, but I'm curious. I love that whole thing. He's monitoring the move.
I think they need one more. I think they need a big piece down low, right? Yeah. I think they're focusing on too much perimeter play here. I think they've had perimeter pieces, enough perimeter pieces. Their Achilles heel has been, a big man, like a legitimate big man or somebody that can patrol the paint. Like Anthony Davis was the only thing they had, and they traded that away. So
yeah.
For superior backcourt play, of course, but still it's more backcourt play.
Yeah. I like for Minnesota, the Julius Randle, all of that.
Another extension where he stays there. Yep. That's a good piece.
That's James Harden, the Clippers.
That was I figured that's where I think he's going to be there for a while. James Harden might have played himself into only LA, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So maybe he can move over and be a Laker, when this runs up. But, I feel like James Harden has played himself just into the city of LA, and that's it. He's kind of burned all, most bridges that he's been to. Matter of fact, that's usually the trend, right? Like, it's only a matter of time until, the Clippers are going to get sick of his shit, or he's going to get sick of the Clipper shit.
Yeah. Heat guard Duncan Robinson, he gonna be a free agent. That'll be neat to follow.
He'll be a cog piece. He'll be able to contribute to a nice little championship contender.
Something we can talk about maybe later in the week, or we don't have to, but it's worth mentioning with NBA. You had all of this going on yesterday, and then this Beasley stuff with Detroit, to where it's like being investigated, for possible gambling allegations and so forth. That was not during this season; it was last year when he played with Milwaukee. But that coming up on a federal gambling probe. That and this isn't the guy at the end of the bench.
No,
So,
he's a known for sure.
He's a known. So there you go. There's all that NBA. So that starts today, right? The free agency actually starts today, I think.
Let me double.
Or was it
You're
yesterday?
absolutely correct, sir. Let me double check on that.
Today, maybe 4 o'clock our time. I think maybe it is when all that fires off. So I don't know, man. But the LeBron thing, he's monitoring it. Come on, man.
And you had to know that he was going to be. Oh, shit, I just hit the wrong button. You had to know that he was going to be in every decision moving forward. Now, the ultimate rental piece is what I'm calling this dude. Yeah. NBA free agency. We are set to kick off at 4 o'clock.
4 o'clock. There you go. Rockets. Jabari Smith Jr. done. Extension there. So Houston trying to make some noise, coming after the Oklahoma City Thunder. Good move.
Jay, I just saw I meant to pull up your comment here. I don't know. You asked something that I was going to put on my feet. Carousel, maybe? Might have been carousel. But I can't remember. But no, the only stuff I usually put like Aquaphor on my feet and stuff that's going to make it real moist, very
moist.
Very, very moist, if you will, right? Just keeps the skin tender. What happens, it's like a shell, man. Not to be too gross, not to be too graphic, but my skin is basically just a hard, calloused shell on the bottom of my foot, and it just it cracks open in multiple spots from time to time. And man, when it cracks open, it feels like it really does. It feels like glass is buried in my feet, man. It's brutal, dude. So hopefully, I got an appointment at 11, another appointment at 11 with podiatry. So hopefully they give me some good news.
Man. Yeah, you might need the Tyler Campbell. Maybe. Yeah,
maybe, man. We shall see. But
you got to know.
I'm hoping for some good news. I've procrastinated and put it off way too long. It's gotten out of hand, and before it gets to my other foot, I want to take care of it.
We have a product on the shelf at our stores. It's called Tubbo towels, and that will fix anything. I may need to come drop you some off. It's like those.
Right on, Jay. Thanks for the recommendation, man. I will look into it, but I'm dying to see what these guys at the VA say. What's up, boys? How was your weekend?
Can't complain. Pretty solid. How are y'all?
You still up in New York, or are you back?
Yes, still up. I'm here until July 7th, getting away from the heat.
Nice. Where are you? Are you in the city?
I'm in Pennsylvania, but I've been spending a lot of time in New York City. We're about 45 minutes from the city, so not too far.
Right. I mean, Upper Pennsylvania is basically New York. So.
Yeah.
What's Bethlehem, right?
Yes.
Not to completely dox you, but that's where Nick's at. So go ahead, guys. Go see him.
Come on down. We can go to the 2 restaurants in town.
Right. One of those at the ninth end. Go ahead. All right, boys. Hey, man. Unfortunately, I got another VA appointment, so I got to get skedaddle though. I'm getting my feet taken care of, man.
Good luck, sir.
Thank you, man. You basically can just cut these things off and they'd be better. So y'all be good.
See y'all tomorrow.
Awesome. Well, we'll see y'all tomorrow. Welcome into the Lone Star Playbook. Jordan Scruggs. That's Nick Harris. Nick, a few different things I want to talk about today, but pretty big trade that went down this morning. Want to talk about that. The Steelers are sending Minkah Fitzpatrick and a pick to the Dolphins.
Yeah. Yep.
Who are giving up Jalen Ramsey and Jonnu Smith. Any thoughts on this? You are the NFL insider of Texas Sports Unfiltered. Let's hear it.
Yeah, this is fascinating. Obviously, the Dolphins were trying to offload Jalen Ramsey this entire offseason. They've been shopping him around, trying to find a good deal. And they get a fantastic one here because they have also been shopping around Jonnu Smith. Now, from the Steelers' perspective, Sure, they have to give up Minka Fitzpatrick, which I think could be a tough pill to swallow. But in getting two guys like this in a trade, it really could work out for them. Now they are giving Jalen Ramsey a $1.5 million raise on top of the contract he's already making going into 2025. I found that a little bit surprising, just because the Dolphins were not able to find a lot of suitors for Jalen Ramsey because of the contract number that he had. The Cowboys were included in that. The Texans were included in that, as far as teams that, maybe it makes sense to go out and get a Jalen Ramsey, but it doesn't make sense with that price tag. And so it was really the Steelers and the Rams. Those were the two teams that were hot in on potentially trying to land Ramsey. I had heard the Seahawks a few weeks ago, but this ends up being the Steelers, and they also add Jonnu Smith to put right next to Pat Freiermuth.
Yeah, and these are the full terms. Steelers get Jalen Ramsey, Jonnu Smith, and a 2027 seventh rounder. The Dolphins get Minka Fitzpatrick and a 2027 fifth rounder. Man, I always feel old whenever they're trading picks that far out. But it's like, man, you look at the NBA trades and they're trading like 2029 picks and 2030s, and it's like, gee.
We're coming up on it. This has been one of the most interesting off seasons for the Steelers potentially ever. Like, they have had such a wild, bonkers ass off season, from trading George Pickens to signing Aaron Rodgers to now making this trade. It's been really fascinating. And their first round pick, Derek Harmon, he's probably going to end up starting for them. But then, like 2 hours after the draft, his mom dies, and it becomes a very big story in Steelers land. So it's been a fascinating offseason for them.
What is the strategy with Rodgers? Because, I mean, he's come out and said, like, I'm only playing 1 year most likely. Like, are they just going all in on him, like, maybe getting them to the playoffs and then drafting a QB round one? Like,
yeah.
I mean, who are the other QBs on this team? Do you know?
It's Mason Rudolph, there's another really bad one. It's awful. It's worse than Mason Rudolph. There's another one. I'm just blanking on the name right now. But yeah, it's a bad room, and I think they're just kind of using Aaron Rodgers as a holdover. But I mean, if they reach their potential, Will Howard. Thank you, Rob. Yeah, really bad room. If they reach their potential, talking about the Steelers, then they probably make it into the playoffs. I don't know if there's a first-round quarterback that late next year that could be a day-one starter. And we got a lot of time between now and then. I could be wrong. But that's going to be a fascinating situation to see what the Steelers do. Do they go out and trade for a quarterback, a young quarterback that they think could lead them for the next decade or so? But, yeah, the Steelers are for sure probably one of the early teams you can go ahead and Sharpie in as a team to keep an eye on in the first round next year for a quarterback.
What do you think What do you think are the chances Anthony Richardson becomes an option for some of these teams in the Steelers boat, where it looks like, hey, we should probably draft a QB, but this guy was a first-round pick however many years ago, has been a bust thus far. Anyone with, eyeballs could have saw it coming, but, he's still a lottery ticket. And the NFL loves lottery tickets. The guys who are that level of athlete, they have 9 lives. So
yeah,
could Anthony Richardson be a Steelers QB? If Mike Tomlin thinks he can make it work with Aaron Rodgers, probably thinks he'll be able to make it work with Anthony Richardson,
And to be honest, I'm not completely out on Anthony Richardson just yet. I don't know if he's a starter in this league, but I'm not completely out on him. Like, I don't think there should be a quarterback needy team out there that should look at Anthony Richardson and be like, I'm good. I still think like there's some reps that he needs to get. There's some potential that he can see through. But, that can make a lot of sense for the Steelers. Basically, the loser of that Indianapolis situation between Anthony Richardson and Daniel Jones, that could make sense for them.
Yeah, I need Anthony Richardson to give the keys back to the Colts. As someone who had 80 Mitchell in fantasy football last year, it was very annoying every time they turned red zone to the Colts, and, like, he's missing them by a mile.
Yeah.
But I don't know. Also wanted to ask you about that, like, how much longer does Tomlin have? Because it seems like he's kind of untouchable, but, I mean, you know how it works. No one's untouchable in the NFL.
Yeah, I think the second that he has a losing season, he's for sure out because he has not had a losing season since he's been the Pittsburgh head coach. What has it been now, like 16, 17 years? But if they go 9-8 and they don't make the playoffs, I could see a reality where, you know, they kick him to the curb and start looking around. But as far as Tomlin goes, I think they would probably look into trading him before firing him, because
Forget you can do that.
yeah, there are a lot of teams that would be interested in Mike Tomlin, and I think they could actually get some value out of that.
Yeah, that is a good point. Hey, speaking of tight end, Will Howard might have a future at tight end.
Yeah, probably.
I mean, he's like 6'5", 6'6", maybe 6'4". Maybe he's a little smaller. I don't know. But, like, one thing I kept thinking about during the Ohio State-Penn State game, where Ohio State won, of course. It's the one James Franklin can't get over. They kept talking about how, like, you know, Will Howard, he's coming into Happy Valley with a chip on his shoulder. He's a Pennsylvania kid that Penn State never recruited. When, like, hey, Penn State's quarterback, who was a consensus top 5 prospect in the country, is from Medina, Ohio, like an hour and a half from Columbus. Yet the broadcast never talked about that. All they talked about was Will Howard, who had to go to K-State out of high school because he wasn't a Penn State-level quarterback. And honestly, I mean, I don't know. I'll leave that for another day. But, like, Tyler Warren is this converted QB to tight end. In another universe, let's say they miss on Tyler Warren, is Will Howard an NFL tight end?
Yeah, he drafted 15th overall to the Colts.
Yeah. You know, that was one thing I thought about, and like maybe Tyler Warren never switches from quarterback; he ends up somewhere else. But
yeah,
I don't know. Fun dynamics to think about. Rob Latendre brings up an option. Kirk Cousins could end up there next year too, right? As the bridge from the Rogers Bridge.
If they go from Russell Wilson to Aaron Rodgers to Kirk Cousins, oh my God! Like, please just get a quarterback under the age of 30. I'm begging you.
Yeah,
begging you, Marco.
It just keeps getting worse every year. They roll out Josh Johnson.
Like they sign like Teddy Bridgewater in 2030.
Oh yeah, they sign him off the Miami Northwestern coaching staff.
Yes, absolutely.
But, I don't know. They are going to be one of the more interesting teams to watch. And I mean, hey, what a fascinating just room they have. They have Darnell Washington still, freak.
Yeah.
DK Metcalf, freak.
Yeah.
And then Aaron Rodgers throwing them the pill.
Yeah, it's going to be fascinating. They're going to be fun, one way or the other. Whether they tank and get destroyed or they actually win some games, it's going to be fun watching them.
And Najee Harris, he signed somewhere else or got traded, right? Or am I
yeah, he signed with the Chargers.
That's right. So who's their running back?
Jalen Warren, and they drafted one as well. They drafted one of the top ones.
What's Josh Rosen up to? That is a great question. Probably
Caleb Johnson.
Oh, they let go of Najee Harris, who turns like a bus, to draft a running back who turns like a bus.
Exactly.
Yeah, what a great strategy. But I don't know. I just thought we should start with the Minkah Fitzpatrick, Jalen Ramsey trade. Speaking of trades, could the Cowboys make a move?
No, I think they're done. I think they're done wheeling and dealing. They've made 4 trades this offseason, and I don't think they make any more going into training camp. I think really the only thing to keep an eye on ahead of training camp is this Micah Parsons contract, which we've talked about a million times. And then, maybe they sign a veteran one tech or a veteran corner. Although I don't see either of those happening before camp. So I think the roster is pretty much locked in going into training camp.
Yeah. This is a random question, but a video of him pops up on my timeline. Is Marcus Peters still in the league?
Ooh, I don't think so.
I'm about to figure that out. Saw the video on Twitter this morning of I think it was pre-Mahomes when the Chiefs were playing the Jets. And it was the Jets' old uniforms. I mean, McCall was the QB. That's how long this video was. But they call a flag on the play. They're going for a 2-point to go up 1 point with like 30 seconds left in the game. And Peters picks up the flag and throws it into the stands. And I'm pretty sure he got ejected. But he got traded from the Chiefs like 2 days after that.
That's hilarious.
That was the last game he played for the Chiefs. Marcus Peters is his last year in the NFL was with the Raiders in 2023. on his Wikipedia, it says as a staff member / executive, he's been the owner of the FCF Beast since 2022. They're an indoor football team founded in 2020, a member of the fan-controlled football league, and are currently owned by Marshawn Lynch, some Russian name I can't pronounce, Todd Gurley, and Renee Montgomery. Damn. Marcus Peters isn't even listed on the owners.
What a blunt rotation. A random Russian I can't pronounce.
For real. How did they – and Todd Gurley. This is a very interesting deal going on. I don't even know who – yeah, they don't have any names that I actually recognize on here. Oh, Martavis Bryant played wide receiver for them in 2022.
Former Dallas Cowboys practice squad legend.
Yeah, so that sounds about right. But, hey, I can't remember. We haven't talked about the Kevin Durant Rockets trade, have we?
We have. We've talked about KD, but there have been a lot of NBA happenings over the course of the last a few days for sure. And then the negotiation period for free agency officially begins today, 4 or 5 p.m. So looking forward to that. It's been mostly kind of a quiet trade season, though, from a NBA perspective, though. I mean, other than like DeAndre Ayton getting bought out, which I thought was fascinating, there hasn't been a whole lot that's been, world shaking, I guess. However, with DeAndre Ayton getting bought out, the trade between the Trailblazers and the Bucks and the Suns, that 3-team trade that sent Damian Lillard to Milwaukee a couple of years ago, has officially been awful for the Trailblazers. They have now lost all of the players that they acquired in that deal, and their picks have not turned into anything just yet. So it looks like they have given up Damian Lillard for absolutely nothing.
Yeah, I keep seeing Heat fans be like, should have traded with us.
Jimmy would still be in Miami.
Hey, that's it's crazy to think about. So over the weekend, was it State 7-on-7? Sweating my nuts off for 2 days. I know you missed that event just so much.
I do and I don't. I do and I don't. Just I don't miss the weather. The weather is always awful that weekend. It's always blistering hot. But I do miss the competition. It's fun. It's a fun event.
Yeah, it is. You get to see like kids from the Panhandle play like inner city Houston kids, and like the game's close, and it's like, whoa,
Yeah.
or other stuff like that. It's always a fun time. Sorry, trying to pull up some videos from this weekend and cue it all up.
I feel like we have to start with the performance of Jalen Lott and the weekend he had, leading Panther Creek to the state championship. Although he did beat my Chapel Hill Bulldogs in the semis, it was a close game, but they did beat him.
They did. What do we got here? Yeah, is Miles Turner a free agent?
Yes.
I guess he is.
Yes,
but
yeah, CB said in Atlanta or Indiana. My bad.
Yeah. Real quick, you brought up Jalen Lott. I think Will and I have done a good job of explaining kind of where this thing has been trending since it's been away from Texas, but heard some stuff over the weekend. Would be very, very surprised if he ends up at Texas, whether this summer or before signing day or on signing day. I expect him to go to USC.
Wow. Isn't his sister there?
His sister runs track there, correct. And well documented, but mother played basketball at Texas, and then father ran track and played football. There you go, CB, right on time. But with Lott, it's going to be USC or Oregon. I think USC, a lot of, I'd say Texas fans have kind of been crafting this spin zone narrative that, they're just chasing the bag. That's not what's going on. Like, James Lott and Jalen Lott have been calculated the entire recruiting process the whole time. And if anything, like, Texas could have done this a lot differently. They didn't start recruiting him at receiver until late April, early May. Yes, Terry Joseph was close to landing him at corner, but after Terry Joseph left, they continued recruiting him at corner when literally every other school was telling him receiver. And Jalen Lott, his entire varsity, high school career, whatever you want to call it, has always said on record, I don't have a preference. I'll play whatever coach wants me to. Don't have a preference. Off record, Jalen, what is it really? I'm playing receiver in college, and it's always been that. He's told me since the first time I interviewed him, either as a freshman or sophomore, like as a 15-year-old, I want to play receiver in college. And of all the schools that are on the top 5 graphic, LSU, Georgia, Texas, Oregon, USC, they're all recruiting him at receiver now. That wasn't the case. And yes, does USC have the highest offer on the table? Based off the number I heard, I assume so. But guess what? That's how it works sometimes. Like, do you think Justice Terry came to Texas just because he wanted to be a Longhorn so bad? You know what I mean? Like, it works both ways, and Texas has lost plenty of recruitments because they had an offer significantly lower than others, and they've won plenty of recruitments because they've had an offer significantly higher than others. With Jalen Lott, I do think, the money, it's certainly a part of it. You can't ignore it. But that's not the main reason. He's still playing receiver in a USC offense that's coached by Lincoln Riley. There will always be a decent quarterback there. The defense might be an issue, but hey, more possessions for the offense. He's still in LA, major market where he can make a lot of money off his name, image, and likeness, and he's out there with his family. So a lot of people are going to blame it on the money. I get it. That's kind of what happens nowadays whenever any kid goes to USC. Doesn't matter what they're ranked. But there's more to it than the money. And as a Longhorn legacy, it'll obviously sting for Texas fans. But, these are still great people. And, again, they've been calculated the entire process. So not expecting him in Austin. But, hey, the Trojans or Ducks, you'll be getting a great player on July 8th.
I think you made a really good point on Friday. And I'd like to see if you could expand on the thought of the Longhorns. They spent a lot of money at the receiver position last year. And with the amount of money that they put into those guys, it probably doesn't make sense for them to be able to be competitive with an offer from USC or Oregon for a top tier receiver like this. So you factor that in. Was it kind of a situation last year where it's like, hey, this is bird in hand, we can take this guy? Or was it like, hey, I think this guy is going to be better than anything we can have in 2026. We may as well put all of our chips into these guys. Does that make sense what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, well, I think no matter what, they had to sign receivers in 25. As much as they love Lott or whomever, Finley, they had to land at least 3, if not 4 receivers in 2025 just based off the makeup of the roster. And, honestly, they kind of had to land – sorry?
The amount of money that they put in, though, they could have gotten any 3-4 receivers, but they got 3 5-stars.
Not to Corey Moore.
Yeah, not to Corey. Not to Corey.
Yeah, but, yeah, Jamie French, Khalil Lockett, Michael Terry, those weren't cheap. Dale McCutcheon wasn't cheap either, So budgeting year over year, it's always going to have an effect in recruiting. And, Texas knew the entire time based off who they signed in 2025, the 2026 class would be a struggle. And, this is a very kind of cutthroat and black and white way of looking at it, but, Chris Stewart is a budget take. Owen Brown is a budget take. Texas didn't have to put real money on the table or be the highest bidder to win those. They never did. It's the same thing with Caleb Chester last year or Freddie DeBose 2-3 years before, guys like that. So, I don't know. It was always going to be a difficult task to land a great receiver all after the 25 group they signed. It's the same thing as after Texas landed Arch Manning. Dylan Raiola and Julian Sain both wanted nothing to do with Texas. They had to pivot, find a developmental upside guy that would be cool with riding the pine and waiting his turn behind Arch Manning. And who was that guy? It was Trey Owens, Yeah. And now he's on the team in the program. So finding the guys who, are going to bust their ass and wait their time and, honestly be cool with riding the pine, like a Chris Stewart and maybe a Colin Brown. Those guys aren't cool with riding the pine. They're going to bust their ass to change that. But, it's a scenario. So, with Lott, it's interesting. Each year the market goes up. The 5-star edge makes more than the number one edge in the country in 25 or in 2026 makes more than the number one edge in the country from 2025. And it's going to keep going like that each year, because the market's going up. But, the numbers I've heard for Lott are higher than what Texas paid for any of those 4 receivers. And I like Jalen Lott a lot. No pun intended. But, Is that smart budgeting? No, it's not. Look at USC's class. He clears anyone they signed last year or anyone they have in the boat this year. He's receiver 1 for them. So, and also when it comes down to it, he will play earlier at USC or Oregon than he will at Texas. That doesn't mean he's a bad player. It's just Texas has a really good group. They can literally bring back the entire receiver room next year. DeAndre Moore is the only player who will have an opportunity to leave and be draft eligible. While I think that's probably what happens, he can still come back. And they went and got Emmett Mosley for a reason too. You know, he's on the same path as Ryan Wingo, Livingstone, and Aaron Butler. He was only a true freshman at Stanford last year. So they got a lot of things they can do at receiver. The state of Texas is producing either one, if not two, 5-star receivers each cycle. That will always be the same. That will always remain the case. And I mean, hey, they'll figure it out. So a great player, likely going to Oregon or USC. That's a legacy, is never good news. But, you know, when you really dive into the situation, it's not a backbreaker, I would say. But, hey, another intriguing athlete. We had an amazing week in San Antonio. Jalen Lott. Or not Jalen Lott, geez. Jermaine Bishop, my bad. I was looking at –
You said San Antonio. You mean College Station?
Yeah, whatever. I'm all over the place. Anyway, Jermaine Bishop, another classic performance. I've never been to a 7-on-7 tournament where he wasn't the best player on the field in each game or whatnot. He almost single-handedly beat DeSoto for Willis. He scored every touchdown Willis had in that game and had 2 picks, I believe, in that game too. 4 PBUs, I know that. But, like, yes, he can be a receiver or corner. This is why a lot of people think it will be corner. Look how quick he recovers and he baits his QB into throwing it. It's a late ball, but still, like, he's not supposed to be able to do that.
Yeah.
This is not a normal trait in corners. You know, it's, you know, sinewy, strong, short area quickness, explosiveness. Like, there is no one else in the state of Texas who has bursts like this and can break on the ball at the level that he can. So it was a great performance by him. You know, I mean, I was kind of glued to Willis's games throughout the whole tournament. I saw 2 out of 3 of them on Saturday or on Friday, every single one of them on Saturday. And, yeah, Michael Griffin was out there. His son plays for Lake Travis. He got a pick with Bishop, and then here's him going at receiver. Great body control, great ball skills. I mean, he was in the conversation for best receiver and DB at the entire tournament. And literally gets tackled here and doesn't do anything to the other kid. And this is versus Pebble Hills. I mean, Pebble Hills has never seen an athlete like this, right?
Yeah.
101. So
hey, they had Gail Ochoa a few years back. He's now quarterback at UNLV.
Yeah, wait, actually, no, they do have a kid that I actually am about to show y'all. But they don't have Jermaine Bishop. They never had that or have seen that. Just saying. I mean, like, he played sock. Yeah, he covers 3 people and gets a pick here on this play. Versus Katie Jordan. But yeah, the team that knocked him out was Sock, South Oak Cliff, home of Malik Muhammad, and former Texas Edge Billy Walton. But yeah, here's this too. Like, this is where Sock, whose secondary is probably better than anyone else in the tournament. Jermaine's just making up routes and getting open.
Yeah.
You know, and it
That's
worked.
a TikTok route.
Yeah. Hey, it worked. Another kid that was awesome. Or wait, did I already show this? Hold up. I want to find this specific video. Here it is. This is where Sock again. He's jogging. It's at the end of the first half. I don't know why Sock didn't just put everyone in the end zone. But, yeah. He's him. And after the Sock game, their staff, who usually is very, I'll say, honest on prospects, was like, yeah, he's different. We've never seen anything like that.
Yeah.
Which means a lot because, again, the Sock staff doesn't talk like this. Here's Trey Moore from Pflugerville Weiss with a great one-handed catch, one of my favorite prospects in the 2027 class. Dad played QB at OU. Mom played volleyball at Bama. Has 2 brothers who are college athletes, and then his uncle was a receiver at Texas Southern that played in the league for 4 years. So, genetically, there are few with better bloodlines than him. He's 6'3.5", 6'4", and 200 pounds. And, I mean, looks like he's ready to play in college right now. So, He was great. He's Weiss's best prospect right now and the best prospect to ever come out of that school. I mean, it only opened in 2017, but just a great player, great kid. And I mean, Weiss is a super fun program right now. They got a new head coach in Malcolm Hill. They hired from Prosper. I really like them. Think they're going to be getting over the hump of the first round this year. He does. Texas and Texas A&M are pretty much his top two. This is Rob Latendre. This is the state 7-on-7 tournament in College Station. It's not through the UIL, but it basically is a UIL event. And they crown a D1, D2, and D3 champion. D3 is like 2A through A. D2 is like, I guess, 4As, and then D1 is 5As and 6As. But those teams can opt up to be in other divisions. But here's Argyle Liberty Christian. Their quarterback is committed to Baylor. The kid that's going to catch this is Cooper Witten, son of Jason Witten, and the number one linebacker prospect in the class of 2027 per 24/7 Sports. And is also ranked 24th overall. We've only given, I believe, the top 4 prospects in 2027. They're 5 stars, but, you know, when it does get updated, he will be a 5-star. About 6'1.5", 6'2" right now. Could get, I guess, a little bit taller if we really wanted to harp on him. But, you know, a great prospect, great athlete, goes both ways in pads and 7-on-7. And, I mean, it was Liberty Christian's best player on both sides of the ball. He was the go-to receiver and, you know, loved the ability to go both ways. It long-term is one of the most important data points in, like, the NFL draft. So, with Witten, he's on pace to one day be in the NFL draft and, you know, was great this weekend. Really enjoyed getting to see him play. And then here's the Pebble Hills kid. So they had a 2029, which means he will be a 9th grader in the fall. He will start on varsity, and he was playing for them. He already has like 6 offers, including A&M and like South Carolina.
That's a big kid.
Yeah. He actually was I'd heard about him whenever I got in on Thursday from Matt Stepp. He was talking about this 8th grader they had, but man, he was worth the watch. He was really good, really intriguing, and I mean that's what a national top 247 prospect is supposed to look like as an 8th grader. So that's probably what he will be one day. But hey, we got a few questions. We'll go through these real quick. Where is this? Just going to start at the top. If you got any more questions, drop them in the chat. We'll get to them. Antoine said, is it accurate that there's only 4 tackles on this team? Trevor Gooseby, Nick Brooks, Brendan Baker, and Andre Kojo. I think Jaden Chapman could play it in a pinch, and Jordan Coleman could maybe be a right tackle. But as of right now, I'd agree with you, at least playable. Yeah, I'd say so.
Has Jaden Chapman been recruited over?
I mean, he's at guard, and there's just a logjam at guard. You know, like Nato Umeozulu had to wait 4 years to start. He'll start this year. Cole Hudson's in his last year of eligibility. He's the starting center, and then DJ Campbell's in his last year of eligibility. He's the guard. So I've heard Nate Kibble has done really well, and I think based off the feedback has pretty much passed up the 23 group that signed the cycle ahead of him. That's Connor Stroh and Chapman because Peyton Kirkland's left and then Gooseby's at tackle. I think he's ahead of those guys. I think, you know, once they lose Hudson and Campbell, he'll be Campbell's replacement. Possibly Nato's because Nato could come back for the 2026 season, but, I mean, I don't know. He could do one and done and leave for the NFL after this year if he has a good enough year, so we'll see. But to answer Antoine's question, I'd say yes, like, these are the only tackles I feel good about throwing out there. And really only Gooseby and Baker, to be honest with you. But, like, if one of those guys gets hurt, Brooks is the first one off the bench, and then it's Kojo. So, the one thing with Kojo, too, like, I've seen some people shit on him throughout the offseason. Like, when is this guy going to put it together, blah, blah, blah. Like, do y'all realize, like, he was 6'6" and, like, 370 pounds as a high schooler. Like, Cam Williams showed up over 400 pounds, and it took 2 years for him to earn a starting role. Yes, he was behind Christian Jones, but, like, he couldn't have started in year 2 if Jones had left at that time. It was a perfect plug and play there. But with Kojo, I mean, he always had to reshape his body. And also, like, this is a kid who enrolled at Texas as a 16-year-old. He was already young for his grade, was super smart, and ended up skipping a grade. People forget that. So Like he can play 5 years or be on the roster for 5 years and get drafted as like a 21-year-old or a 20-year-old. I don't know his exact birthday. So he was always going to be a longer, bake in the oven. But I'd say, yeah, those are the only 4 tackles. What else we got here? Yeah, it always blows my mind whenever I remind myself that Josh Gordon went to Houston Lamar and was even at Baylor.
Yeah.
Jack Burton says, as of right now, what are the chances of Caden Prothro picking Texas on the 12th? For those who don't know, Caden Prothro, number 2 tight end in the country by 24/7 Sports, and he's out of small town, kind of west central Georgia, Bowden, Georgia, and I would say the chances of Prothro picking Texas are extremely low. Georgia, Florida, Texas, those are the schools in the top 3. Be very, 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 very surprised if he doesn't end up at Georgia. And when I've told this story a lot, but when I was in Under Armour Atlanta in the spring, talked to a few people up there in the Peach State, they both told me, hey, Georgia's not going to lose this kid because of money. If he goes elsewhere, if he goes to any school besides Georgia, it's because he's taking a pay cut. They'll do whatever it takes to get him. And then a few months later, Mark Bowman goes to USC out of the blue, and Prothro's, priority level rises because he's then the number 1 tight end on the board. So that being said, I'd be very surprised if Prothro doesn't end up at Georgia. Very rarely will Kirby Smart miss on those in-state talents. He desperately wants to keep. I know Justice Terry was example of that not being true last cycle, but hey, that was not supposed to happen. And also, like, if Texas were to get Prothro, it's because they're paying him Mark Bowman money, which USC is paying Bowman, but struggle to see Texas doing that with the tight end if they wouldn't have done it with Bowman. So there's that. What else do we have? Oh, breaking news. D'Angelo Russell to the Mavs. And apparently EA Sports just tweeted about a college basketball game.
Yeah, I was waiting on this one. Yeah, it's been tweeted out, and it said I think it said "Here comes the madness" with the picture of EA Sports basketball. This is great. This is phenomenal. I am very much excited for this, but this is just one step closer to the college baseball game coming back, which is what I really want to happen. I'll do anything for that. I'd do anything for that.
Do you think Jonah Williams will get 2 checks?
Yeah,
from EA?
Absolutely.
I mean, I don't know. They do some shady shit. It took them over 10 years for this game to come back, the football one. So I don't know if we can trust them. That's a good question for Wags. I mean, look, I'll get the college basketball game, but at the same time, like, Texas has a different team every year.
Everybody has a different team every year.
Yeah, like, it's not going to be as fun. Whatever the dynasty version is, though, that'll be fun. And EA better have like a collab pack where you can get the basketball and the football game. Because if you can get the college game and Madden in the same bundle, you better be able to get a college pack too. Patrick asked, hey, was Des Bryant Jr. out there? He was. Watched very little of Colleyville Heritage, where he goes. When I didn't really stand out. I asked a lot of people before I went over there and watched him, like, hey, what do you think of Des Bryant's son? And these are like people who work in Texas high school football or recruiting, and pretty much all of them said, like, if he wasn't pointed out to you as his son, you wouldn't know. And that's kind of the vibe I got from watching him. But at the same time, like, hey, he's a freshman or sophomore. There's plenty of kids that pop up on the radar late as seniors. We got to give him some time. And, I'm going to give him more time before, I guess, saying, or speaking more concretely on what he is as a prospect. But funny story, Des Bryant parked his Rolls-Royce Cullinan in the handicap spot outside of the Hilton Garden Hotel. Yeah. We were talking in the lobby. I'm like, dude, who's like fucking Cullinans out there? And Mike's like, oh, yeah, it's Des Bryant. I'm like, how do you know it's his? Did you see him get out of it? He's like, I mean, I don't know it's his, but I was at an SQT, state qualifying tournament, few months ago, and apparently Colleyville Heritage pulled up, and then Des parked his Cullinan in the handicap spot and walked out. So I'm willing to assume that is him again. And I was like, oh, okay. And then the next morning on Saturday, I'm walking out to get over to the fields, and he was right behind me putting stuff in there. No boot on his car, no nothing. So saw Des Bryant and his son this weekend. Very Des Bryant right there. Manchester Red said, love all our coaches, but I would think Coach Nansen would be on any highly ranked linebacker in the state like a man of dying thirst needs water. Yes, I agree with you. Definitely been, in the last 2 cycles, a very, say, disappointing performance on the recruiting trail from Johnny Nansen. I'd very much agree with that. Jake Bayless said, reading the tea leaves, it seems we're all in on Atkinson. I would agree with that. Obviously, Xavier Griffin, the Texas and Bama linebacker target, ended up at Bama yesterday. That's what we expected. Was always going to be a challenge there. Born and raised in Alabama before moving to Georgia. His mom is a Alabama alum, and his grandfather, his mom's father, lives and works in Tuscaloosa. And, that being said, like, if Texas was going to win that one, it would have been because they put a number on the table that was just so much higher than Alabama's that he had to, leave the family legacy and I guess go to Texas, write his own story. But hey, that didn't happen. Now I will say with Griffin, like, Texas is very aware that signing day is in 6 months from now, and that I'm sure they'll try to pull off a flip. So Griffin going elsewhere or to Bama doesn't mean that Atkinson is just in the bag for Texas. They are pushing hard. They are, I'd say, either all in on him or very close to all in on him. But, hey, that's a battle with Georgia. And also with Atkinson, it is an NIL recruitment. I mean, this is a kid who's had offers since his 8th grade year. He's the first 8th grader that's ever been invited to the Navy All-American Bowl as an 8th grader. And, he's been a known prospect for a while. He has a big brand. He has a lot of followers. He literally has had his own clothing line called Atkin Up since like his freshman year. Everything has been calculated here. Everything has gone according to a plan. He spent an entire month training in Austin so he could have the best training and trainers and workouts available. Like, it's not a normal recruitment. These players are not only paid very well because of what they bring to the table as high floor prospects, but also because, to some degree, they are kind of marketing for your university, these huge big name players with big profiles. So, I mean, with Atkinson, wherever he ends up is likely the school that I assume, or what I assume happens is where he ends up. That's the school that pays the most. And if that's Texas, that's Texas. Now, I do think Griffin is a worse player right now, but he definitely has a higher ceiling. Atkinson has a very high floor, is probably the most ready to play linebacker of anyone in 2026. But, where's that ceiling? And that's something you have to ask yourself when you're negotiating, because, like, is it worth, let's say, paying 7 figures for a linebacker who might not get that much better between year 1 and year 3, but year 1 is at least an average SEC player because his floor is so high. So
Harold Perkins.
Huh?
So Harold Perkins.
I'd say Harold Perkins definitely had a higher ceiling than Atkinson out of high school. Harold Perkins just can't stop getting in his own way, which was very predictable to some degree. But with Atkinson, like, numbers are getting ironed out. I could see Texas potentially bowing out of the race just because they don't want to pay whatever it is for him. I could also see them saying, hey, fuck it. We're going to get this done. We're going to do what it takes. We're going to get us a Tyler Atkinson. I can see both options happening, but right now, like, I don't have enough info. Things are too fluid for me to, speak confidently that Texas is getting Atkinson or Texas isn't getting Atkinson. But I'll be very surprised if it isn't Georgia versus Texas. Both programs and pretty much every program in the recruitment thinks it's Georgia versus Texas. So we will see. Thoughts on the CFB 26 rankings? What are your thoughts?
Let's pull them up if we can find them.
All right. I have chat. Do you want to do team or player overall? Player overalls, I should say.
I will say Texas Tech being so high on the team rankings is fascinating. It's very fascinating.
Boy. So there's this dad of a Texas Tech commit who I currently have a $100 bet with that Texas Tech doesn't win 10 games in the regular season.
Okay.
And that's like if they're 9-3 and go to the Big 12 championship and win, he still owes me $100. That's our bet. I saw him this
You
weekend.
should be safe.
Dude, I was trying to bet more than that, and he wouldn't do it. But I saw him this weekend at the state tournament. He's wearing his Tech shirt, and he's like, "Man, what's up?" I'm like, "Hey, you know you don't believe that ranking that Tech is the 6th highest ranked team or rated team in the CFB 26 game." He's like, "What you mean?" And we were like talking under this ref tent, and the refs were like, "Wait, what? Tech is the 6th best team in the video game?" And I'm like, "Yeah." And this joker thinks that that's like normal. That should be a thing. And he's like, "It should be." And he was like, "Jordan, tell me why Texas deserves to be the 2nd best team in the game." And I was like, "Are we serious right now?" And he's like, "Yeah." And he's like, "What has Arch Manning done that Baron Morton hasn't?" And I was like, "Oh God!" Like the refs are all like, "Is he serious?" But I just started. I started trolling and being like, "Dog, like y'all can't even like blow out Abilene Christian. It took y'all 2 overtimes in a home game to beat Abilene Christian. What are we talking about?"
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
that should never be the 6th highest.
I think they're going to be a good team. I do. And I do think they're a sleeper in the Big 12. I do. But history tells us that team just underachieves. And I'm not going to believe it until I see it.
Yeah. Okay, so I will say, like, there are some teams, like On3 put out this graphic a few days ago where it's the top 25 teams, but like the second team is tied with like the 14th team because they're all 88 overalls. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So like ranking them 2 through 14 is all whatever your personal preference is.
Yeah.
So, but like in no world, like Texas is an 88 overall, and Alabama, which is the number 1 team, is an 89. Texas is tied at 2nd, 88 overall, with Ohio State, Penn State, Notre Dame, Georgia, Clemson, A&M. What the? I didn't know this either. The offense is rated at 89 and defense at 90. We'll see how long that lasts. Oregon at 9, well, ranked 9, but tied 3rd, has an 86 overall. They're tied with LSU, Miami, Florida, and Tech. Arizona State is tied at 85 with Michigan, Wolverines, Ole Miss, Oklahoma, Indiana. SMU is tied at 84 with Tennessee, Missouri, Auburn, and Duke. And then South Carolina and Illinois are tied at 82. So
interesting.
I don't know. Yeah, Bama being 1 is very weird. I get it with like maybe Ryan Williams. They didn't bring back a few guys who were draft eligible that could have left and gotten picked. And I mean, you know, they still have guys like Keon Keeley and LT Overton that were highly ranked out of high school that, you know, still have NFL measurables, NFL size, but haven't quite put it together yet. Like those guys are kind of in that 9 lives club where due to their measurements and testing data out of high school, like they're always going to get second chances and stuff. And they'll also always be given the benefit of the doubt by whoever is rating these players. You know, their floor is starting at like a 79 overall or 80 overall. So there's that. Jack,
are we buying, before we move on, are we buying the Clemson hype?
I am. I'm a big Klubnik believer. I have been from the jump.
Yeah.
Took a lot of heat after his freshman and sophomore year. Was very scared he wasn't going to turn it around, but I think he has. They brought back 2 of the best freshman receivers in college football last year, not named Jeremiah Smith, Ryan Williams, or Ryan Wingo. And they also have, you know, several NFL players in their front 7. Peter Woods, Sammy Brown's going into year 2.
Peter Woods is a freak.
Corian Gibson will be healthy in the secondary. They still have Avion Terrell. He's a really good player. So they'll be all right. Are they, you know, the Clemson teams of old with Deshaun Watson or Weinstein and Tosh Boyd? They probably aren't, but I think they're going to be in the CFP. I think they're going to be competitive, or at least more competitive than last year. And, hey, kind of Dabo's, I think, last hurrah or last real shot at a natty, because I don't really like who else they have in that quarterback room besides Klubnik. I don't think Chris Vazina, whoever they signed last year, is going to be the guy. So, yeah. Jack Burton said, I'm starting to see blame and a little hate thrown Chad Scott's way in comments from fans. Isn't that premature and unfair, or is there a tiny bit of truth to that? I see both sides of it. I remember when like people wanted to like pitchfork and burn down Kenny Baker's house around this time last year because he had Myron Charles silently committed, and then Florida State dropped a bag, and he committed to Florida State out of nowhere. He had Myron Charles committed, who we literally had commitment quotes from, and then an hour and a half before he set to announce, we get a text saying it's Oregon. Guess how that happened. But hey, he finished strong. He flipped both those guys, ended up with Justice Terry, signed the best interior D-line class in the country, and currently has the best interior D-line class in the country, committed in 2026. So did he have a rough and rocky start? He most definitely did, but he finished strong, and he's recruiting at a higher level than anyone is right now in college football. Kenny Baker is. He just needed some time. Can Chad Scott do the same thing? He can. Are we expecting the exact same thing that Baker did? Probably not. I'd say that's unfair. But, like, one thing that I don't think enough people realize, like, Tashard Choice was not only the best running back recruiter in all of college football, arguably the best running back developer / coach in all of college football. 2 years in a row, his running back was the first running back selected in the NFL draft. 5 running backs have been drafted out of Texas in the last 3 years. Did he sign any of those guys in high school? Not a single one. But he coached all of them in college, and that stands for something. He gets credit for that. There's a reason the Cowboys were looking at hiring him. There's a reason other NFL teams were. And there's a reason he's coaching in the NFL after only having coached in college for like 7-ish years, 6, 7, maybe 8 years. So like it was never going to get better than Choice is what I'm trying to say. He's a very special coach. He'll be in the NFL for a long time, and he does a damn good job. Sark has shown, you can only trust him with these coaching hires throughout his tenure in Austin. So I'd give Scott some time. I understand the frustration. And to nitpick, or I guess, I don't know, talk about the tiny bit of truth. Should they have recruited more running backs? Yes. After Choice left, Osborne wanted nothing to do with Texas. Javian Osborne ended up in Notre Dame. KJ Edwards, we felt really good about Texas' chances, so did they. And then Notre Dame got him to shut it down on an OB. They couldn't have predicted that happening. And then Xavier Crowell, who has been a Bama lean for his entire recruitment, now Bama commit, he was the only running back they OV'd because Edwards' OV got canceled. And they thought they had Edwards in the bag, so they didn't really schedule any other OVs or try to. That was a mistake. They should have casted a wider net. And I think they'll learn from this. Last cycle I always talked about after they whipped on Fasusi, there was no one left at offensive tackle that was realistic for them to flip or land. There wasn't anyone. And that's because they were all in on Fasusi. And that approach does work a lot of the time, but when you miss, you are fucked. And, the situation with Texas at running back isn't as bad as offensive tackle last year because they can bring back the entire room from this year to next year. Baxter, I guess, could leave for the NFL. I don't expect it. Same thing with Wisner. And everyone else has to come back. That's 6 scholarship running backs. Each year, Texas tries to sign 2. If there was a year to sign 1, it's this year. And also, like, one thing, too, I think people need to relax a little bit with running back recruiting. Like, who cares if it's some 3-star in-state seniorizer they offer that they, like, maybe flip from a Boston college or even a Utah? Who cares? Like, yes, KJ Edwards is a better prospect than those guys, and I understand that. Same with Xavier Crowell. But, like, Trey Wisner, has he ever been a guy you can project to the NFL draft? Never. Yeah. Are there other guys in the Texas running back room that are probably more talented and easier to project to the NFL? Yes. But did that stop Wisner from becoming the bell cow last year and running for over 100 yards in the A&M and OU games where he powered Texas to wins? No, it didn't. And that's fine. You can win a lot of good ball games with good players who are great college players but not NFL guys. You can do that. And at running back, where the highest paid running back and the 10th highest paid running back, the number 1 guy's making almost double what the number 10 guy is. Like, you can go you can go gamble on a 3-star take and hope he'll pan out and work out and stay committed like Wisner has. Like, it's not the end of the world. So I get why Texas fans are upset at him, but hey, I'd say give 6 more months to turn in your report card and grade him on this cycle. Just give him some time. Texas has shown they'll always figure it out in some way. And hey, give him some time because I think that's what will happen here.
Yeah. And fortunately, they have the benefit of having a deep room. Like, if they don't sign anybody this cycle, that problem is not really going to rear its head for a couple more years. And then you also still have the portal. So
Exactly. And one thing too, like I keep bringing it up, portal players are about to get more expensive. I don't know how no one in media is talking about this because every college program in America is.
Yeah.
That's why high school players, I mean, the market goes up every year no matter what, but it has really gone up this year because these colleges want to lock these guys in, get them in the program because they know everyone they'll be getting out of the portal as a buyout. So that's interesting. Also, spoke with someone over the weekend that plays at A&M, hearing most of their contracts are 1/3 buyout, which is interesting because Big 12 is doing 50%. A lot of G5's doing 100%. So I thought that was very interesting. A&M is only doing 1/3. But I mean, not sure if that's for every contract. Just know it's for a couple and a few starters. But
forgive me here, but why wouldn't every team do 100%?
So I asked agents about that, and stay with me here. Let's say you're a player for TCU, and their 2026 class, they're doing 2-year deals for every single kid they sign. So your deal is $500K. They're going to pay you $250 each year.
Okay.
Your freshman year, you're not supposed to play, but you're a really intriguing upside guy. That's why you're getting that much money. And hey, you're not supposed to play, but you end up doing it. You're a freshman All-American. After year one, you go to TCU, say, hey, I want more money. They say, sorry, buddy, this is a 2-year deal. Well, we will renegotiate after next season. You're making $250 this year. Take it or leave it. You can go in the portal, but there is a buyout. So, all right, you go in the portal. Let's say Bama wants you. Since you have $250K remaining on your deal, they have to pay $125K to TCU. And that comes out of their rev share. There's also other workarounds where you yourself can pay the buyout, and there can be loopholes where a Bama booster sends you money or things like that. But the way it's supposed to happen with buyouts is that $125,000 would come out of Bama's rev share cap. But that's, obviously not how it'll work. Now, the 50% is decided on because apparently there are some legal workarounds where a school won't have to pay the buyout. And schools like TCU or even, I guess, an A&M think that their chance of getting the money back from that buyout is higher at 1/3 or at 50% than it would be if they try to do 100%.
Interesting.
Because let's say the TCU's buyout's 100 and Bama would owe them $250,000. They can be like, dude, this is too high. It's going to cost less than this to fight this legally and get the player where we don't have to pay a buyout.
Yeah.
Probably not the case if that's 125, or at least that isn't as big of a thought. And I know that line of thinking, like the percentages and stuff, is kind of weird, but I'm just reporting what is being told to me from agents who are negotiating these contracts. So, and also, like, one thing that could happen due to these rev share contracts could have an effect on coaching contracts. There's some schools trying to put waivers into these buyouts where, like, for example, you're the TCU player, they're paying you $250,000 year one, and spring ball, after you early enroll, you tear your ACL and you're never the same player again, right? And TCU, they're like, why the hell would we keep this guy on the roster for $250,000 a year if he's never going to be the same athlete?
Yeah.
They can push you into the portal and basically make it to where you're damaged goods and no one will want you because they'd have to pay $125,000 to an athlete who will never be the same athlete he once was.
Yeah.
And you'd be stuck in the portal the rest of your career's over. But now there's buyout clauses where TCU could waive that buyout and you can end up at a school that's, your actual talent level. If you blew out your ACL and aren't the same athlete, that might be Trinity, right?
Yeah.
D3, or maybe Houston Christian, who would never have been able to pay that number if there was still the buyout. So some schools are doing it, but on the other hand, some aren't, because the second they do, all these agents are like, hey, I also rep coaches, and y'all won't do these for the coaches.
Yeah.
And y'all need to, so that's a whole thing going on as well. But yeah, what else do we have here? Manchester Red, probably mentioned it before, but any early 2027 must have recruits for Texas, only because Witten got me thinking he might be one. Right now, say, yeah, Witten. I think a difference maker at running back will be important because I don't think they've really had one since Baxter or Gibson, who came in the 24 class. So, yeah, I'd go with that. I can't think of any tight ends off the top of my head, but I'd say tight end too. You know, whoever they sign this year is going to be a long-term developmental upside guy like Keave Brown. So, yeah, I'd say whoever's the best tight end, linebacker, and running back in the state of Texas or in the region, that's the answer to your question.
Has Texas offered Witten yet?
They have. They were late, though. They were like the 25th of 27 schools to offer.
Yeah, I knew they were late to jump in.
Yeah. Yeah, sorry, I'm reading a few of these. Yeah, I agree with you, Jack Barton. I agree with you. And yes, Patrick, yes, you're correct. It's cutthroat. As soon as all this money started getting thrown around, a lot of empathy and feelings for these players went out the window. Like, there's someone in the Texas market who at a junior day, we started talking like, hey, we know a lot of these numbers that, you know, that Texas is paying these players, or at least we get told what they are, or we get told that other kids are getting to go to other schools, but that never really gets reported because it's so taboo. Like, the only time you'll really see numbers get reported is if it's Chris Hummer, Matt Zenitz, or Pete Nakos. The three main NIL portal reporters in all of college football right now. Very rarely will you see a reported number that doesn't come from one of those three guys. If I do it, like, let's say I go on Twitter right now and tweet what Colin Simmons is making, I just lost like every source in the Texas program overnight, basically, because it's that taboo. But we're having this conversation, the Texas recruiting market is, and someone's like, eventually we're just going to have to start doing it and people can suck it up. We're like, what? And it's like, they're getting paid like pro athletes. Do you think Schefter is calling around to double check with the player that just signed a new contract? Hey, is it actually this much? No. And while it might not as be the money these college players are making might not be as much as NFL players, they still are basically pro athletes. A lot of them are making six figures. And, like, you know, that being said, you can say whatever you want to them at games. You can say whatever you want online because they're not just kids anymore. They're pro athletes. And that's what they're arguing. Can you say they were wrong? No. But, like, you know, one day he probably is right. One day we will be reporting Nick Harris committed to Texas. The Longhorns are paying the Rockwall Heath product $75,000 a semester. You know,
sign me up.
I will hate that, but that's probably where we're going. So,
yeah.
I don't know. You stayed with us through the whole episode. Appreciate that. We're about to get out of here. Everyone who tuned in: Patrick, Jack Burton, JW Crunch, Jake Bayless, Manchester Red, Rob. Thank y'all, CB, and everyone on podcast platforms. Thank you as well. Appreciate all the love y'all have been showing us in Texas Sports Unfiltered. Nick and I will see you on Friday. Will and I will be back tomorrow.
Well, I think Friday, July 4th, no shows, correct?
Oh, that's right. Fuck. So you just reminded. There's like way too many kids committing on the 4th of July. I'm not looking forward to it.
I hate that for you. Well, I won't be here next week either, so I'll see y'all 2 weeks from today. Getting ready for training camp. We'll be less than a week out at that point, so that'll be good.
There you go. Well, hey, up next, our friends at Fanatic Perspective debate which Texas transfer will have the biggest impact in the 2025 season. Me personally, if the answer is Murad Watson, I think it's an incorrect answer. But hey, it's their opinion. Go check it out. And then at 2 p.m., Chip and Zay will be back on the live stream, Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, Twitch, wherever you're live stream from. And like Nick said, probably won't see y'all for about 2 weeks, but I'll be back with Will tomorrow. Until then, y'all be safe, y'all be blessed, and have a great one. We'll see you, and happy Monday.
Thanks, everybody.